Brought to you by Telligence Inc. Telligence Inc., turning broadband and internet into services.
I'd like to just read a comment in relationship to our beloved Senator Morrison. It's Senator Morris. Sorry, Morrison is on the other side, and this is what this is what I'm going to read. This serves to notify you that Senator Floyd Morris has now officially completed the PhD thesis. His doctorate is in government with a special focus on political communication. The research was titled Mediated Political Communication in Modern Jamaica, Lessons from Michael Manley, Edward Seaga, and Percival J. Patterson. Join me, please, in extending our heartiest congratulations to Dr. Floyd Morris. And as you stand, Senator Johnson-Smith, I spoke with the clerk yesterday and got a better understanding of what Senator Morris has to go through to read, to understand, to write, to get this thesis done. I admire anybody who gets a PhD, but Floyd Morris, especially Senator Floyd Morris, gets my special admiration this morning. Again, congratulations.
Mr. President,
Leader,
I wish to also extend personally and on behalf of the senators on this side, congratulations, sincere congratulations, and to also add my words of admiration. A PhD is not an easy thing without challenges, with the challenges which you face and surmount every day. Senator Morris, I raise my hat. I thank you for the positive role model that you set for all young persons living with disabilities, again, how and without, but in particular because you have played a leading role, and perhaps over the last few years, an even more visible role, an audible role in respect of persons living with disabilities and what our society needs to do in order to be more inclusive and more supportive. So your ability to have surmounted the challenges which you have faced, and you have shared them with us in this chamber on more than one occasion. So we have an understanding to some extent, although we cannot have a full understanding, we have the one that you have shared with us. And we just want to congratulate you and encourage you to not only, well, to continue to be the positive role model which you are, and to continue to build on the platform which you have set for our improvement of how we as a society deal with persons living with disabilities. So congratulations, Senator Dr. Morris. We congratulate you. Thank you.
Senator Golding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, on our side, we are incredibly proud and pleased at this development. Senator Floyd Morris, now Dr. Floyd Morris, is a champion, having overcome adversity which reached him in his teenage years and set him back, but only briefly, and through an incredible will and capacity and determination and drive and self-belief and all other positive attributes, he has gone from strength to strength. He's been part of the government in his time. He has been senator for many years. He has been the president of the Senate. And now, of course, he has reached the heights of academic achievement, having been awarded a PhD, which carries with it the right to be styled Dr. Floyd Morris. So, Floyd, keep up the good work. The disabled community in Jamaica knows that you are a true champion of their cause. No opportunity escapes you to bring to the attention of the public and the powers that be in this country of the trials and tribulations and challenges faced by the community. I remember we worked together to bring experts in access for the disabled people to this Parliament to work with the UDC to develop a plan for making this building accessible to the disabled. And UTEC was part of that process as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have moved forward. And over a year has passed since the work was done. And I know that it's something that you're very anxious to see progress with, and so am I. And you know, this is a good opportunity, I think, to just raise it again in the public consciousness, because we do need to do something to make this building accessible. This is the People's Parliament, and it must be accessible to all Jamaicans who wish to come here. And disabilities must not be something that prevents any of our citizens from coming. So this is a great day for you and for us. Congratulations, Senator Dr. Floyd Morris. God bless you.
Senator Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to express my profound appreciation to the sentiments expressed by yourself and the leader of government business and the leader of opposition in the Senate towards my recent accomplishment. Just to indicate, you know, in March, I did the defense of the thesis, and it required me to do some corrections. And though minor they were so meticulous, Mr. President, it took me a good 3 months, because when you are in academia, every quotation given, every reference that is made, you have to cite it properly in your referencing. So I had to complete those corrections before the degree was formally awarded, and that was done on the 13th of July. And I'm really happy that it has come to an end, and because it wasn't an easy journey, as Senator Johnson Smith pointed out, because I had to, in the thesis, over 70 books and over 150 journal articles I consulted. And to convert that in an accessible format, getting readers to read and using the technology to convert it so that I could read it was not an easy feat. And I'm certain that the clerk would understand and appreciate that, because we have had to do similar things at the Parliament here to convert bills into accessible formats for me to be able to relate in this. And it's not easy, but, you know, persistence, dedication, and commitment and faith in my God really brought me through. And I'm really happy to all those who supported me along the journey, my family, my friends, and members of the university community made life really easy, and made it much easier for me. And I'm really grateful for the support that has been given. And I know that it is a clear demonstration that irrespective of the challenges, one can accomplish whatsoever you want in this life. And I know that I had to fight grit and determination. And there's a lot of other persons with disabilities that are out there that have similar and greater capacity than I. I will forever use the Parliament to continue to advocate for these individuals. And so I thank all the members for the kind words and sentiments expressed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Statements by ministers. Announcements. I'm told to go to public business. All right, then. Okay. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of the public business requiring notice, motions relating to sitting of the Senate, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained, public business. Senator Johnson-Smith.
Mr. President, the National Housing Trust Act. We will commence with the Act to amend the Public Debt Management Act. Mr. President, the Public Debt Management Act was passed into law in December 2012, coming into operation in January 2013. The Principal Act represents a coherent and comprehensive legislative framework and takes a strategic approach to public debt management. This remains true, but it was recognized during the course of implementation that there were gaps in the Act, and that for operational efficiency and for the effectiveness of debt management by the Ministry of Finance, it was necessary to effect changes in line with international best practice. In that context, in some respects today, the proposed amendments seek to add specificity and clarity, in some respects to put legislative authority behind existing operations, and in other respects, the amendments seek to add some flexibility. The amendments generally provide guidelines regarding the main roles, functions, and responsibilities of the operational bodies governed under the Act, such as the Debt Management Branch, the DMB, and the 4 operational units of the Debt Management Branch. It's a short bill, Mr. President, so I will just go directly to the clauses and how it is that they are expected to operate. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act, which deals with interpretation. This in the context, Mr. President, where it was recognized that several terms used in the Act were not actually defined and that the Act could benefit from this. Using internationally recognized definitions such as contingent liabilities and explicit contingent liabilities, which have now been included, together with the definition of certain risks to which the debt portfolio is exposed, including credit risk, market, interest rate, liquidity, refinancing, and operational risk. These, together with the term derivative transactions, are now defined in the Act. Clause 3 amends Section 3 of the Act, Mr. President, which deals with the application, the general application of the Act. And what has been done here is that Section 3 of the Principal Act has been amended by inserting a new subsection 4 that stipulates the equal treatment of all liabilities of government. So it's a pari passu clause, Mr. President. And this clause works together with Clause 13, which repeals Section 21 of the Principal Act, which had previously addressed the matter of pari passu liabilities, but had dealt with it under a section that deals with guarantees. And in that context and in that placement, because of the structure of the Act, was thought to be unclear in its scope and application. So it's now being moved to Section 3, where it refers to the general, all general liabilities, and will be more clear. The language has also been slightly adjusted to just take out a few words for clarity. Mr. President, Clause 4 deals with Section 4 of the Principal Act, which in turn addresses the subject of the duty of the minister to manage public debt. And this clause has been addressed in more than one way. Firstly, to maintain consistency with other related acts, such as Section 48D in particular of the FAA, that is the Financial Audit and Accountability, Financial Audit and Administration Act. Section 4A of that act is being amended by adding the words, while keeping risks at prudent and acceptable levels, after the phrase, at the lowest cost. So it's again dealing with the FAA Act and aligning the minister's duty with these issues of prudence and acceptable levels expressly. Mr. President, the matter of domestic market development is also addressed under Sections 4B and 4D of the Principals Act. The interrelated activities in relation to domestic market development, however, are now outlined in the amendment. B and D have been combined in order to make sure that the subject is more compact and comprehensively addressed. So there's a new 4B, which is a combination of the Principal Acts 4B and D. Also, in respect of the medium-term debt management strategy, Mr. President, Sections 4C and E of the Principal Act require that debt is managed in a manner consistent with fiscal sustainability, and that the MTDMS also be compatible with the targets of macroeconomic objectives of the government. Given that both subsections address the discipline, they're being combined into a new Section 4C. Again, the aim is to clarify and consolidate the legislation for its effective use. Clause 5 deals with the Bank of Jamaica acting as fiscal agent of the government, Mr. President. The BOJ has long functioned as a general banking agent of the Ministry of Finance in different respects, whether in respect of making payments, as custodian of bonds which are bought back, among other matters. And this was actually formalized under a fiscal agent agreement in 2015. The agreement, however, and the matters which it addresses were not actually recognized in law. So Clause 5 now recognizes the agreement itself and specifically makes provision for the BOJ to be designated by the minister as the government's fiscal agent by virtue of a formal agreement, which of course exists. Mr. President, Clause 6 addresses the power of the minister to undertake portfolio management, which is addressed in Section 6 of the Principal Act. And the powers delegated by Section 6 will now therefore be amended and widened to include the use of derivative transactions to align portfolio risk parameters with the benchmarks specified in the public debt management strategy. Additionally, or accordingly rather, Section 6 of the Principal Act is amended by renumbering Section 6 of the Principal Act as subsection 1, and then inserting a new Section 2 to address specifically the use of derivative transactions. And as you'll recall, Mr. President, we have now defined derivative transactions under Clause 2. Clause 7, Mr. President, creates a new Section 6A, which provides that the minister shall establish limits to control inherent risks to the portfolio. And these will include, of course, limitations to credit risks, market risks, refinancing risks, and operational risks, noting that the minister must take account of the debt management objectives provided for in Sections 4 and 5 of the Principal Act. Clause 8, Mr. President, amends Section 7 of the Principal Act to widen and redefine the role and functions of the Public Debt Management Committee by including functions related to the provision of recommendations on debt management strategy and the government's annual borrowing plan. Clause 9 addresses Section 8 of the bill, Mr. President, which deals with establishment of the Public Debt Management Financing Committee. So it repeals the old Section 8 and replaces it with a new section that provides for a more comprehensive list of the roles and functions of this committee. And these relate to the debt management strategy, the government's annual borrowing plan, and public debt management. Regarding the latter, Mr. President, a wider range of debt management operations that may be recommended for execution by the DMB, the debt management branch, are now being included in this section. So as compared to those detailed in the Principal Act, they now include focus on monitoring of contingent liabilities. The Section 8.4 of the new amended clause, Mr. President, now also specifies that the functions of the Public Debt Financing Committee shall be exercised only in relation to the domestic bond market. So it's clarifying and narrowing the scope of the Public Debt Financing Committee. Clause 10 addresses Section 8A, creates a new 8A, Mr. President, which establishes in law the debt management branch. The Principal Act provides for legal governance framework for sound debt management operations and policies, Mr. President. However, the unit responsible for implementing these guidelines and management of public debt was actually not stipulated expressly in the Act. And to address this situation, Clause 10 now amends the Principal Act by creating new Sections 8A and 8B. These sections cover the establishment of the DMB, the debt management branch, as well as its responsibilities and functions and the organizational structure of the branch, in keeping with international best practice. The provisions of Part 3 of the second schedule of the amended Act, Mr. President, also outline the responsibilities of the operating sections of the branch. Clause 11, Mr. President, deals with Section 10, borrowing purposes. And the amendments address two matters. The financing of activities required to address an occurrence that threatens national security, and also, in keeping with prudent debt management practices, the inclusion of raising funding for the purposes of executing liability management transactions, which facilitate cost savings and positively reprofile debt, among other things. So a new paragraph J has been inserted, and then a new paragraph F. So old paragraph F deleted and replaced with a new one addressing the matter of funding for national security, and a new paragraph J inserted to address liability management. Mr. President, Clause 12 amends Section 11 of the Act, which deals with authorization of accountable officers to sign documents ancillary to loan agreements. The authority and responsibility to sign loan agreements continues to rest specifically with the Minister of Finance. However, now, for efficiency, it has been ensured that the Minister can now issue an instrument in writing to ensure that documents ancillary to loan agreements can be signed by the Financial Secretary, the Deputy Financial Secretary, or other specific, the head of the debt management branch, or other specific named accountable officers within the Ministry of Finance. So this will allow for some efficiency where the Minister is not directly available and there's a matter of urgency, but again, only in respect of documents ancillary to loan agreements. In respect of Clause 13, Mr. President, I referred to Section 21 earlier, which has been repealed and replaced with a new clause or rather its terms have been moved to Clause 3 of the bill, to Section 3 as subsection 4. The new Section 21 now deals with the assumption of debt of public bodies. As we're all aware, the government has been called upon from time to time, and will continue so to be, to assume the non-guaranteed debt of public bodies due to various situations related to either divestments or dissolution of bodies, among other matters. But there are no and were never any provisions in the Principal Act to address how this should be done or to empower the ministry to do this. And this is now being facilitated by the new Section 21 of the Act. Clause 14 addresses Section 22 of the Principal Act, which stipulates that an annual report on the management of public debt during the preceding financial year must be tabled in the House of Representatives along with the financial statements and revenue estimates. Amendments to the FAA, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, in 2014 adopted enhanced fiscal rules, Mr. President, and these established a budget calendar to allow for passage of the budget prior to the start of the fiscal year. and that was effective in the financial year 2015-2016. The PDMA details the information to be contained in the annual report, which includes the end of fiscal year information, which would not normally be available in time for publication prior to the end of the fiscal year. So this amendment is now being made to facilitate the tabling of the annual report after the end of the fiscal year, but of course it specifies a time to ensure, I believe it's 7 days after, and therefore allows for the information to be readily available and produced efficiently. Clause 15, Mr. President, amends Section 25 of the bill, which of the Principal Act, Section 25 being the act under which regulations may be made to address the operation of the bill. Clause 15 now amends the clause to specifically include terms of reference, the provision of regulations for setting out terms of reference and the functions of any body or committee constituted under the Act. Mr. President, the second schedule of the Principal Act is amended also by replacing it with a new Part 1, or inserting it in it rather, a new Part 1 subsection B related to meetings of the Debt Financing Committee. Part 1 of the schedule specifically relates to the Debt Finance Committee established under Section 1, and it specifies the minimum frequency of the meetings by ensuring now that the Debt Committee should only meet should meet for a minimum of twice per year. May meet more, but no less than twice per year. Part 2 makes consequential amendments to subparagraph 2, specifically addressing the names of the committees, the branches, and the units which were set up in the clauses which I referred to earlier in the bill. And Part 3, consistent with the approach taken in modern debt management offices, now sets out the operational units of the debt management branch. Mr. President, these include the Portfolio Management Office, the Middle or Debt Strategy and Analysis Office, and in respect of the back offices, the Debt Operations Office and the Compliance Office. And these amendments detail the guidelines regarding the main roles, functions, and responsibilities of each of the operational units and offices. Mr. President, Clause 17, which is the final clause in the Act, amends the BOJ Act. And this is in respect of it addresses the matter of the definition of government securities in the PDMA. It had been noted, Mr. President, that there's no provision for the raising of loans and other debts, only securities. And therefore, Section 38 of the BOJ Act, which allows for the raising of securities or the issuance of securities, has now been amended or will be amended to add loans and other debt instruments. Mr. President, this is a purely administrative act in its scope, but an important one because the matter of debt management is so fundamental to our economic reform and our growth strategy. The matter of managing our debt is so important that the improvement of the Act in accordance with international best practice is important to ensure that we have the right path there and that it is not one which is subject to discretion and light changes. It's one which will keep us on a firm and clear path. So with that, I commend the bill to my colleagues and look forward to their contributions in respect of the bill before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Golding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the matter of management of the public debt has become, in independent Jamaica, a very critical aspect of public life because of the debt situation that the country has got itself in over many decades. And a lot of the effort that has been made by successive governments in more recent times has been to deal with this problem of our public debt in a sustainable way, hopefully once and for all, by adopting an aggressive trajectory of downward movement in the debt-to-GDP ratio, and by putting into law new frameworks for ensuring that the public finances are managed so that that overall objective is achieved. And we know about the fiscal responsibility framework, which has been adopted and modified with specific targets hardwired into the Financial Administration Audit Act around the primary balance annually, the debt-to-GDP ratio, and the target that is being sought to be achieved for that, wages to DG, public sector wages to GDP, and so on. In 2012, the Act 11 of that year was the Public Debt Management Act, which is the principal act which is being amended by this bill here. And that was a fairly major piece of legislation, because what it did was put under a single enactment all of the rules governing how government borrows money and manages its borrowings. And so in that act, it repealed no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It repealed 18 existing laws of Jamaica, all of which made provision for either borrowing by government in different ways or administering debt that had been borrowed by the government, and put under a single comprehensive framework the requirements for borrowing, for issuing guarantees, and for administering the public debt. This bill that's before us now is seeking to, with the benefit of experience, enshrine in law some of the administrative arrangements that are already in place within the debt management unit, and establish different subsets of that unit, which I believe are already administratively in place, and the minister has gone through that. And also to make certain other adjustments. Some new definitions are being added. Some new provisions are being added around, for example, empowering the minister to, with the prior approval of the House of Representatives, to pay the whole or part of the principal monies, interest, and any other amounts arising from non-guaranteed debt incurred by a public body. This, of course, raises a scenario which creditors of the country and taxpayers and so on must view with concern. The idea that a public body which has not gone to the central government and asked for and received permission to borrow money on a guaranteed basis, and that guarantee would have to be approved under this Act, nevertheless finds itself in a situation in which central government has to step in to meet its obligations. This can arise in a variety of ways. Such are the vicissitudes of life. So you can, for example, envisage a situation where accumulated losses of a commercial enterprise in the public sector that's being privatized have to be absorbed by the government as part of the privatization of an entity. And that has happened fairly frequently. The latest one I can think of is Caymanas Track, in which the government absorbed obligations of that company as part of the process of trying to cauterize future losses by putting it in the hands of a new entity that can hopefully ensure its viability going forward. But there have been many other obligations, such things in the past, huge ones like Air Jamaica, and the Sugar Company of Jamaica, for example. So the new Clause 21 is a very significant clause because it provides, for the first time, I believe, a legal route by which non-guaranteed debt incurred in a public body can be absorbed and paid through a legal mechanism by the central government. And that will, of course, have to be funded out of the budget. The Clause 21 is somewhat bare bones. It doesn't speak to any need for fiscal adjustment if this is done. It doesn't speak to any kind of report from, say, the Auditor General on the impact on the fiscal accounts and the targets, the fiscal targets of the country of doing this. It simply empowers the minister to do it. And I would have thought that there ought to have been more of a regime governing the implications of this, and perhaps that will be worked out in the future. I notice also that it speaks to any amounts arising from a non-guaranteed debt incurred by a public body. But in some instances, for example, if there's been a calamitous event which has impacted a public body that has to interface with the consequences of a calamitous event, it may not be, strictly speaking, debt that has been incurred, but really losses resulting in accounts payable to suppliers and so on who have had to been asked to extend credit to deal with a situation, whether it be something like a flood or some other calamitous situation. And that, I think, is a situation where if a public body has to play that role in the public interest, the central government will of necessity have to bear those costs and absorb them. Of course, subject to the whole thing being managed appropriately by the public body, which the governance framework ought to ensure. So I only speak to that because the way that non-guaranteed debt is not a defined term in this bill. And strictly speaking, debt is normally the result of borrowing money, whereas it also can have a wider meaning, meaning any obligations which are enforceable by way of a claim, a monetary claim. And I think this particular provision, I assume, is intended to facilitate the legal assumption of these obligations in whatever form they may take, as long as they are in the nature of indebtedness. So I only mention it because I think it would have been helpful if that non-guaranteed debt expression was given a clearer meaning. Because and I think it's sufficiently important to raise it because it is one of the more significant provisions that this amending bill is bringing forth. There are some smaller points that I would wish to make. Some of them I think can be made in the committee stage. I will just mention a couple of them now. I noticed, for example, that the new clause 6A, which can be found on page 4 of the bill, says that the minister shall establish limits to control risks. And it lists the various forms of risks which are being defined now in the definition provision. And when one looks at on page 11, what will now be the new 8B, paragraph G, it says that the functions of the debt management branch shall be to manage interest rate risks by the establishment of limits.
Senator Golden, could you repeat that clause again for me?
That is 8B, big B, begins on page 9, but it's a very lengthy clause and it runs, section, it runs over several pages. The relevant paragraph is G on page 11, which says that the functions of the debt management branch shall be to manage interest rate risk by the establishment of limits for fixed and floating rate debt. And I was just a little concerned about the way in which those two provisions sit together, because one requires a minister to establish the limits, while the other requires the debt management branch in relation to interest rate risk to set certain limits. I just mentioned it because when I read it, it occurred to me that that was something that perhaps could have been expressed a little bit more clearly in terms of who has the responsibility to do that. Another point that I think I should make is the use of the phrase priority obligations in paragraph K, which is found on page 12. And again, this is part of clause, well, what will be section 8B in clause 10 of the bill. And it says that, again, the debt management branch, one of its functions shall be to manage liquidity risk by ensuring that the government has sufficient available funds to meet its debt servicing and other priority obligations. As a lawyer who has practiced for most of my career in the area of financing transactions, both in the private and public sector, the use of priority obligations has a particular resonance with me. And we don't normally, in the context of the public sector, speak in terms of priorities. That's the language that, the legal language that relates to the rankings of claims in private entities or entities that are governed by the normal laws of insolvency and secured lending. What we have under our Constitution is statutory expenditure, which is payable in, regardless of an appropriation bill, and then other appropriations that have to be approved by Parliament. And we have provisions that say that the public debt are charged to the consolidated fund. So when we talk about here, ensuring that the government has sufficient available funds to meet its debt servicing and other priority obligations, I'm not sure why we have the word priority there. If they're obligations of the government, then you need to have the liquidity to meet them. And if they are approved obligations because they are budgeted for and the expenditure is within the estimates, then part of the debt management department, is that what it's called? Yes, role must be to ensure that liquidity is there to meet our obligations as we all do. I think the word priority is misleading, and I'm not sure how, what is regarded as a priority and what isn't in this context, especially when we're talking about debt, because priorities in relation to debt has a technical meaning in the law related to indebtedness, which is not what this, I think, is referring to here. Because debt service, which is separately mentioned, as I said, is a charge, and that's what the Principal Act does. It charges it to the consolidated fund, whether it be a direct borrowing or on a guarantee which has been approved in accordance with the Principal Act. So I just question the use of that word there. Yeah. Excuse me, sir, one second. Yeah. Yes. So, yes. So perhaps the minister could just confer with the technical team on that and see what they have to say about it. Another question I wanted to ask the minister related to the amendment in Clause 11 of the bill, which is an amendment to Section 10 of the Principal Act. And what that is doing is replacing a paragraph in Section 10. And Section 10 sets out the purposes for which money may be borrowed by the government. And there are several different approved purposes, which are all fairly obvious ones. And F currently reads, to finance activities required in the interests of national security. And this is a somewhat topical issue, insofar as we have, I think, is it today or yesterday, in the papers talking about trying to find money to finance the zones legislation and its implementation. But what I notice is that F is being deleted and replaced by a new F, which is worded slightly differently. And I wasn't sure why this particular amendment is considered necessary. As I said, the existing provision speaks to borrowing to finance activities required in the interest of national security. And the replacement provision in the bill talks about borrowing to finance activities required to address an occurrence that threatens national security. Now, an occurrence means that something has already happened which requires a financing response. But I prefer the existing wording because it may be that there's something that hasn't yet happened, but which you need to spend some money on to make sure it doesn't happen. Yes. Yes. So rather than being a reactive enabling provision, it ought to also contemplate being proactive. And the way it was worded before allowed both, because it said it required an interest of national security, which could be because there has been an occurrence which has taken place, which requires expenditure, or it could be because there's a threat which hasn't happened yet, or a strategic issue which has arisen, which requires some strategic response before the problem arises. So I wasn't sure why we're going down that road. It seems like a minor change, but it struck me as being an odd way of proceeding. There's another point I just occurred to me, and this is in relation to the, let me get this right, the new Debt Strategy and Analysis Office, which is one of the, I think it's 4 or 5 offices that make up the debt management branch. So there's a portfolio management office, and there is a debt strategy and analysis office, and there is a debt operations office, and there is a compliance office. The point I wanted to make was one of the functions or responsibilities being assigned to the debt strategy and analysis office, and this is on pages 19 to 20 of the bill, where these responsibilities are itemized in a series of paragraphs, is in H, to produce and maintain the procedures manual. And the procedures manual is a capitalized expression there, and because it's a defined term, which means a set of policies and procedures that outlines the responsibilities of employees of the debt management branch as a whole, identifies controls, and establishes compliance measures for all debt management operations within the debt management branch. So this procedures manual is a very, very important document for the internal, efficient and prudent running of the debt management branch, and will guide how employees at all levels must conduct themselves in relation to their functions and responsibilities. It occurred to me that in requiring the Debt Strategy and Analysis Office to produce and maintain this, there ought to be a requirement for consultation with the Compliance Office, because the Compliance Office are the ones who are going to be enforcing that procedures manual and are going to become particularly au fait with the kind of practices, good or bad, that may arise or emerge on a day-to-day basis within the different offices that make up the debt management branch. And I think that consulting with them in the development or modification of the procedures manual would be a very important procedural requirement. So I commend that to the Minister for her consideration. And another point I wanted to quickly make is on page 26. This is a very small point, but in the Compliance Office and the list of responsibilities there's a reference to designing and producing performance reports for the principal director of the debt management branch. But elsewhere in the bill, there aren't references to principal directors. There are references to heads. So you have, which is with a capital letter, heads. So each of these offices has a head, and the debt management, debt management unit has a head. So I wasn't sure why we were moving around in terms of what we describe the senior officer as, because in most places we refer to them as a head. But here, there's a reference to the principal director. And the last somewhat technical point I would make relates to clause 17 of the bill, which is the amendment to the section 38 of the Bank of Jamaica Act. And this is really just a drafting point. I would ask that the drafter look at the way in which the particular amendment is expressed here, because when I went and had a look at the Bank of Jamaica Act in section 38, which is here, it seemed to me that the words that we were inserting were not quite in the right place and should be looked at again. So I would ask the minister to ask her technical team to just have a look at section 38 of the Bank of Jamaica Act and the proposed insertion and whether it's being inserted quite right. So, Mr. President, this is a continuation of a process of trying to strengthen the country's fiscal oversight. The management of debt in the public sector has been a huge bugbear for Jamaica. We have had years where we have not been able to spend as much as we would like on programs and policies to achieve socially desirable outcomes because we have to spend so much of what we have on debt service. And that has been coming down, happily. I believe that the portion of the budget that is used to service debt when we demitted office at the beginning of 2016 had come down to the low 40s from where it was years before in the 60s. So, and the debt to GDP ratio for this year, I think, partly due to a revision in how it's calculated, because there's a netting out of holdings of government debt within the public sector, which has achieved a further reduction in the debt to GDP ratio, just from a pure accounting point of view. But I believe that the idea is at the end of this fiscal year that the debt to GDP ratio should be at something in the around 107, somewhere in the, yeah, down to, yes. It moved from the 20s to 115 because of that accounting difference. So, yeah, and we're coming from the high 140s. So we've achieved a lot in the last few years in this regard, and this legislation is just part of the process of ensuring that our institutional arrangements are sound and fit for purpose and are modern and consistent with international standards. So on this side, we support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Webby.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand to contribute to the debate on the Public Debt Management Amendment Act. Mr. President, I want to start my presentation today by referring to a report entitled Jamaica at a Crossroads, Leveraging Macroeconomic Stability for Sustained and Inclusive Growth. And this was a report done by the IMF's resident representative for Jamaica, and it was published in September of 2016. And I can say, Mr. President, that was a very sobering report when I read it. It highlighted how, as a country, we were dangling dangerously at the cliff of economic downfall a few years prior, as we were on the verge of an economic meltdown. Mr. President, the public debt had skyrocketed to 1.5 times the total value of goods and services produced in Jamaica. You know, one of the most encouraging things for me, Mr. President, as one of the leaders in the private sector, and I acknowledge it here, that the continuation of a deep commitment by both sides, started by Mr. Honourable Peter Phillips, and this side is adding a lot of confidence to investors in Jamaica, that continuity of serious fiscal management and discipline. Mr. President, I've said it here before, that there are two ways a government can finance fiscal deficit. It can either be to print money, which has a very negative inflationary impact, or we can borrow money, which is one of the fundamental reasons why we have failed over the years. The truth is that we have been spending more than we earn, and that is why we have racked up such a huge debt, one of the highest in the world. I read a report, the World Fact Book in 2016, which showed that the public debt country comparison placed us, Jamaica, as the 5th highest in the world when public debt is considered as a percentage of GDP. And I'll share some specifics with this Honourable House, Mr. President. Mr. President, our debt to GDP ratio has been very high over the years. In fiscal year 1991 to 1992, the debt to GDP ratio peaked at 193.5% of GDP. In 2012-2013, it stood at 145.3% of GDP, but fell gradually of 120.6% during the fiscal year. And as Senator Golding pointed out, we are moving in the right direction. And as we speak, the latest figures that I have is that as of March 2017, the debt to GDP ratio had dropped to a further 115%. Mr. President, although we are not where we should be in terms of the ratio, I believe that the achievement is noteworthy because we are heading in the right direction. Mr. President, sometimes I find it difficult, even as an accountant, as somebody very close to numbers, to say this. But the public debt of our country, Mr. President, stood at $2,159 billion. $2,159 billion. Or to say another way, 2.16 trillion at the end of March 31st, 2016. I have done a simple exercise, debt per capita, and that is based on the entire population of Jamaica, just about 2.8. And if you think about it that way, Mr. President, every individual, our children, our grandchildren, owe approximately $791,000 each for national debt, just under $800,000. That is how serious this is. Mr. President, while it is moving in the right direction, this is not a time for us to get comfortable. There's a lot of work to be done. For the fiscal year 2016-2018, and it was referred to by Senator Golding, and I think this is such an important point to be made, that of our total budget, our total revenue, approximately 44% of it goes towards debt servicing. What that means, Mr. President, is that only 56 cents of every dollar we have to run our country. So because a big chunk of our budget goes towards debt services, we cannot spend more money on eradicating crime, which we spend a lot of time on discussing, and providing more social programs. Reducing the debt, therefore, has to be our #1 focus, as we all agree, so that we can invest more on capital expenditure, better roads, better education, better health services, and fighting crime. And in order to reduce the debt, we must maintain fiscal discipline. Mr. President, in relation to fiscal discipline, it has been recognized that in order to maintain and bolster sustainability, key economic reforms are necessary. These are, and we have said it here in this Honourable House, tax reform, which we have discussed, public sector reform, financial sector reform, growth enhancing reform, and public financial management reform. So this bill is not the answer to a bigger problem, but I have raised it that significant further reforms will be necessary. Mr. President, the Public Debt Management Act and the Financial Administration Audit Act are two very important pieces of legislation. They embody the fiscal principles which are necessary to bolster transparency within the economy and ensure that a sustainable budget is crafted. Issues such as the narrow coverage of budget, poor oversight of autonomous public bodies, and that was referred to by Senator Golding. Strengthened reporting requirements were also some of the key objectives of the legislation. Therefore, with respect to the economic reform, the implementation of Public Debt Management Act, PDMA, and the Financial Administration and Audit Act has been a major accomplishment towards better financial management reform. The downward trajectory in the debt-to-GDP ratio is evidence of our accomplishment in this regard. And again, I compliment both sides of this House in that regard. Mr. President, I'm very pleased about our continued commitment as a country to improve our fiscal framework, which will reap us benefits in the medium to long term. Amendments were made to the PDMA to entrench the fiscal responsibility framework and address areas of weaknesses in the fiscal policy and its administration. These further amendments before us today will position us more in line with international best practices for debt management, and I'm confident that we'll see the results. Mr. President, the bill also seeks to achieve greater operational efficiencies for debt management. And I think I am qualified to speak about it, having spent 2 years in the Ministry of Finance as a public servant, Senator Lambert Brown. Based on my experience in the Ministry of Finance as a public servant, now I'm going to, Senator Brown, Senator Lambert Brown, let me repeat it again, sir. I said, based on my experience in the Ministry of Finance as a public servant, I know, and I want to compliment them again. Every chance I get, Mr. President, I have to compliment the folks in the Ministry of Finance. Yeah. I know, Mr. President, that we have great technocrats there. I've worked with them that can work anywhere in this world. But the truth is sometimes that they work with an archaic management system and procedures, which makes their job very difficult. I am saying, and I'm seeing it coming to fruition now, that we need to use technology to modernize these systems and procedures to improve the efficiency and productivity of our public servants. Therefore, I fully endorse the mergers and operational offices and committees of public debt management to improve efficiency. Mr. President, this is something that we need to keep our eyes on as a nation. The current medium-term debt management strategy is designed to satisfy the GOJ borrowing needs at the lowest cost while minimizing the risk in the portfolio. Medium-term projections are that the debt-to-GDP ratio will fall to 89.5% by 2019-2020. Recall, we'll be coming from 115%. And Senator Golding pointed out that the next fiscal year it should be about 107%, 105%. So there's a lot of work to be done. And Mr. President, let us not take our eyes off of the bigger goal, that by 2025 to 26 fiscal year, target is to reduce the debt-to-GDP ratio ceiling to 60%. Mr. President, I'm optimistic that the targets can be attained if, but only if, we maintain good fiscal discipline and continue to utilize and improve on the most efficient management practices. One other very important reform that has been allowing us to see changes in our fiscal governance is the implementation of the central treasury management system. I have and I continue to support this approach because it has many advantages from which we can already see benefits. Since its implementation, it has been creating great efficiencies in the public sector, which are crucial to proper cash management, financial forecasting, and debt financing. I have seen instances, Senator Golding, where one public body is in significant overdraft, paying a huge amount of interest, and another one is cash rich. As a private sector man, you know that does not make any sense. So the central management system is something that I certainly support as part of public debt management. Mr. President, as I said before, we have a lot of challenges as we face as a country. But there are some positives, Mr. President, that we must highlight. I know sometimes as a nation we focus on the negatives, but there are some positives which I'd like to share with this Honourable House this morning. Mr. President, earlier this year, the net international reserves were at an all-time high since 2002 at US $2.849 billion. Can I repeat that, Mr. President? Earlier this year, the net international reserves were at an all-time high since 2002. Public debt, as acknowledged by Senator Golding also, is on a downward trend, as I mentioned also earlier. And credit rating agencies, which I'm sure you're familiar with, have upgraded our ratings. Credit rating agencies have upgraded our ratings. And this is the one that I am very happy about as chairman of JAMPRO, that the UK's Financial Times FDI Intelligence reported Jamaica as the #1 in business friendliness across all island economies. So we have some good news. We have something to work with, and access to international markets have been restored. So, Mr. President, in closing, I'm proud of the continued resolve, again, and I've said it about 3 times in my presentation, of the resolve of successive governments to turn around our prospects to take us to a much better place. We cannot afford, Mr. President, to lose this momentum. The gains we have made in the last few years are as a result of fiscal consolidation and a pointed shift in the macroeconomic policy, which comprise competitive exchange rate and low domestic inflation. Mr. President, there's another very important aspect that goes hand in hand with debt reduction, and it's growing the economy. The debt reduction strategies have to be complemented with economic growth strategies. This is necessary to assist with balance in the budget. We can't, Mr. President, I'm going to repeat it again, we can't contract our way out of our current high national debt problem. We must grow our economy. Mr. President, this will require a proportionate level of sustainable foreign and local investment. The government, and I'm sure the opposition, is very cognizant of this fact. They're equally aware that it is up to us to create the environment that will make Jamaica the preferred choice of doing business. Mr. President, I hope on another occasion, maybe the State of the Nation debate, as chairman of JAMPRO, I will be able to address this Honourable House and the nation. But I'll say to you that there is a pipeline of investments that we are looking at JAMPRO that is extremely, extremely positive. Extremely positive, Senator Lambert Brown. And you should be happy about that, because everybody is going to benefit. What we need to do is to ensure that we can execute on these opportunities. But I tell you, I'm a very, very happy chairman when you look at the level of proposed investments. Therefore, in closing, Mr. President, I want to reiterate my support for the bill and the policy behind the bill and the medium-term management debt strategy. I thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Let me also express my support for this bill. But as we seek to manage our debt and ultimately to reduce our debt, then the direct and indirect benefit is something that we cannot underestimate as we seek to advance our country. But I also want to add that we understand that in a society, borrowing to finance your projects and other activities is always important. But it's critical how we manage and spend that borrowed dollar, Mr. President. It's always important that we seek to get value for money. And in this context of debt management, it's critical you always seek to talk about how we cut waste within the public sector in a general way and seek to have a more efficient public sector that will drive this debt management process so we can get the stated objectives achieved. And therefore, the continued modernization of our public sector is something that we must encourage and accelerate as we have that dual purpose as we move forward and to integrate the technology that we spoke to about. It's no doubt that this country has hurt from corruption. And therefore, when it comes to government contracts, one of the weaknesses sometimes in the expenditure, we have too much cost overrun. And if we're talking about managing our debt, that we seek to cut or reduce those cost overrun. It naturally has an implication for the budget. The longer, sometimes we have poor planning, poor design of projects, and then sometimes it costs more than was initially planned for, and therefore it affects our overall debt as we move forward as a country. So it's important that our contracts are properly designed and we select the right contracts according to the rules and regulations of the law, proper tendering process, so we give those persons, those projects that are in the pipeline, Senator Webby, those who have the capacity to do it within budget, within time frame, so we do not have the wastage of the taxpayers' dollar or the borrowed dollar, which is ultimately the taxpayers' resources anyway. So we finish within time, within budget. Of course, there will be circumstances, and if that's so, the variations, we'll deal with it, and we can account for that. But there are too much waste and corruption in contract and cost us a lot of resources that could else be rechanneled towards the social agenda, and we don't get the value for these projects and the economic benefits as we move forward. So I just want to put that point there. While we manage the debt, how we spend that borrowed dollar is important as a dual purpose going forward, because ultimately we want these projects, these borrowed dollar, to give us the economic growth and development so our people can have more social programs to empower themselves, and we advance the quality society that we seek to achieve. So I support this bill. I want to thank the previous administration for starting this process in a coordinated way, and the current administration for seeing the progress and continuing the progress as we move forward for the development of our society. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Skeffrey. Senator Gale.
Mr. President, can I crave your indulgence, sir, if you would grant me the permission to speak from a seat that does not belong to me?
Permission granted.
No, I spoke yesterday. Let me start first, President, by commending Dr. Floyd Morris. Let me tell you something. I am very proud of you, sir. I consider you to be a unique human being. And no doubt the energy that I've seen you display in this parliament, that similar energy was utilized to allow you to get to the heights where you are today. I commend you. Mr. President, Public Debt Management Act provides for a better management of our public debt. And I agree with the sentiment being expressed that the previous administration did a tremendous job in bringing down the debt. And this administration is continuing on that standpoint. According to our January 2016 Global Economic Prospect, published by the World Bank in 2015, economic activity in Latin America and the Caribbean region contracted mainly due to the ongoing economic turmoil in Brazil and Venezuela. Brazil's economic slowdown has been fueled by political turmoil, credit rating downgrade, and a bleak fiscal position caused by rising inflation and unemployment. Venezuela's economy continues to deteriorate, Mr. President, due to political turmoil and a decline in oil export earnings. We don't want to get to that situation. The Caribbean region experienced moderate growth, bolstered by a lower oil price and strong tourism demand. Mr. President, in 2016, when this administration took office following a clear mandate from the people, the new Minister of Finance reaffirmed the administration's unequivocal commitment to fiscal responsibility and to fiscal prudence, and to act decisively in managing fiscal risks. This adherence, Mr. President, was vital for the government of Jamaica to continue to access critical multilateral and bilateral funding support. It was also important for Jamaica's ongoing engagement with international capital market. Mr. President, it is important that we continue to be responsible and demonstrate a fiscal management behavior that entails strict adherence to targets and involves continuous monitoring of fiscal events and timely reporting of fiscal decisions and outcomes. We have to continue that. Mr. President, this government has demonstrated well-planned and transparent actions to minimize risk and correct deviations which could have affected the sustainability of Jamaica's public finance over time. Mr. President, sir, this government, I understand, remains totally committed and unyieldingly to the tenet of fiscal prudence. Economic expansions and the growth in real personal income for workers are dependent on a stable economic conditions and sustainable public debt. This economy has been hobbled by high debt in the past decades. What we are seeing now, Mr. President, is the public debt trajectory on a steady downward path, while the prospects for meaningful investments to drive economic growth are higher. The government, Mr. President, has taken decisive actions to build on the previous efforts whilst initiating new activities to bolster real economic growth and create meaningful jobs. That, Mr. President, is a government that is working. The bill, sir, the bill, sir, establishes the debt management branch, which is charged with the management of public debt portfolio, including government loans, guarantees, public debt transactions, and the development, implementation, monitoring, and review of the medium-term public debt management strategy. Mr. President, that is outlined in Clause 10, specifically 8A and 8B, which illustrates the role and critical function of the debt management unit. What it does, sir, is that it formally recognizes now the roles and responsibility that is set out. And these are performance indicators that can be measured and must be monitored. And I'm pleased to see how it is now outlined in the bill. I am fully aware, sir, that the path of fiscal prudence is not without challenges. The alternative path of persistent fiscal deficit and the continuous assumptions of liabilities of public bodies can never be a better choice. Mr. President, the workers in this country would wish to wake up to the ray of hope that the albatross of tax burden would be removed from around their necks. And that is why we must manage our debt and grow our economy to create sustainable jobs. To ensure that, Mr. President, this country, led by this committed government, must stay the course on certain key strategic objectives. Efficient expenditure management is critical. Robust and progressive tax reform that eases the burden on the more vulnerable in society is critical. Comprehensive pension reform, and when I say comprehensive, I mean not public sector pension reform, but a pension reform that holistically look at protecting all workers. Mr. President, public sector transformation is also critical. And we must also join together, Mr. President, to rid Jamaica from the scourge of corruption and waste. These strategic objectives, Mr. President, must be in sync with the government's thrust to generate sufficient national savings and create more fiscal space to support economic growth. we must continue to reduce poverty and improve the social well-being of all Jamaicans in society. And if we continue, Mr. President, to build and enhance the social economic structure with no distractions whatsoever, all hands on deck, all hands on deck, and embracing partnership, it will help, Mr. President, to provide the enabling environment for improving the quality of life to first world standards. Mr. President, key to this public debt management is how we treated public sector transformation. Public sector transformations it's inevitable. We have to treat with it. It is happening. Jamaica has made various attempts to reform public sector since independence. The attempts range from small-scale efforts to major attempts to overhaul public administrations in Jamaica. The environment, Mr. President, in which public servants operate is not static, and it changes over time. Public sector functions as a critical component of the state, giving policy advice to ministers, developing and implementing administrative practices and procedures, and managing government programs and services. Any successful public sector transformation, Mr. President, cannot only be about reducing size and wage freeze. Business as usual is not sustainable, as some issues facing transformation are systemic issues, a risk-averse public sector, change management capabilities, and sometimes, Mr. President, we operate with inflexible processes. And that is some of the things that we have to look at in how our public sector operate, with the level of inflexibility that does not allow for effective business processes to take place to enhance productivity. So our public sector, Mr. President, must become focused on delivering excellent service in a cost-efficient manner. One, Mr. President, that is administratively efficient, facilitate business and customer service. And one, sir, that is focused by the level of its human resource capability so that the workforce can deliver good service. The workers in the public sector needs further training to enhance their performance. Well, Mr. President, our public bodies that continue to undertake that critical role of stimulating the economic activity and promoting development in a wide spectrum of activities, including development, regulatory, social and commercial, needs to be prudent and accountable in its management. So, Mr. President, whilst there is a demand that public sector agencies' behavior or operate in a particular manner, how we treat public sector workers is of vital importance. And I want to use this opportunity again to commend the public sector workers for the tremendous work that they have been doing. Mr. President, the government of Jamaica must continue to implement the requisite reforms to facilitate sustainable growth and job creation. We want to see a continuous upgrade of Jamaica's credit ratings by the 3 major international rating agencies. We want to continue to see increases in business and consumer confidence and further improvement in Jamaica's ranking in the World Doing Business Index. Mr. President, there are positive indicators of confidence in Jamaica's economy. This government must continue to provide a stable environment that will allow its people to use their talent to create wealth. And so, Mr. President, as a senator, I can only wish the best for Jamaica and support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
It's the seat change. Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Brown.
Thank you very much, sir. I have to come on now. Don't need that. But after you, yes. But after you, yes. Mr. President, Clause 10 of this bill locates the debt management branch, and I don't know if there's a special reason why you call it a branch and not a department. But it locates this department in the Ministry of Finance. And in recent times, the Ministry of Finance has had some difficult moment. And no, I'm not talking about the 8.34 million phone bill. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the movement of senior staff away from and out of the Ministry of Finance. For some time, we've had 3 changes of financial secretaries. And now we are hearing talk of another financial secretary to be removed and somebody who is an advisor, not that advisor. Another advisor, consultant, is to be made financial secretary. As opposition spokesperson on the public service and public sector modernization, I had to issue a statement condemning any effort by a minister to impose someone in the position of financial secretary without going through the Public Services Commission. I am happy that good sense has prevailed and Mr. McFarlane remains the financial secretary of this country. Assigned. Well, I know that the Public Services Commission has approved his appointment, and I'm wondering what is holding it up. I hope nothing having to do with his insistence and payment being made for telephone bills is one of the reasons why it is not being done. I say I hope that is not why he has not been appointed, because the Public Services Commission, since November last year, approved his appointment to the position of Financial Secretary.
Senator Brown, could you stick to the bill, please?
Mr. President.
Mr. Senator Brown, thank you.
I started by going to Clause 10 of the bill, where it is proposed to increase a number of departments, a number of offices. It speaks to putting in this legislation a number of branches.
No offices. Particular name is there, so could you stick to the bill?
Mr. President, if you're saying I am violating the standing orders, let me know. But I have a right to speak to the bill, just as every other speaker here. I've been allowed to speak to it. And the issue for me has to do with the quality of leadership inside the public service, of which the Ministry of Finance as responsibility, that people are leaving, senior people. And an issue that has to arise also must be, are these going to be the same levels of remuneration for these offices? Are these going to be additional persons being pulled from outside the service? Are these going to be additional people being pulled from outside the service? Because we have a tendency in this parliament to add new departments, add new offices, and never ask ourselves, how does that affect the 9% of GDP, wage-related, 9% wage to GDP ratio? So I want to know, are we adding bodies to the public service that we say is already overstaffed? A body that Senator Gill and I know, and I hope he will agree, is underpaid. Thank you. So that my concern is about the personnel here and the situation there. But I want to address some of the issues that have surfaced in the debate, because if we don't ask ourselves, what is the constant at Ministry of Finance, which is creating some of the difficulty and the tension, as explained by the Civil Service Association? What is the constant there? Then we may miss solutions that are needed to the personnel and the leadership of people in that ministry. Mr. President, Senator Webby spoke to us, study done by the resident, IMF resident in the country, IMF local representative. He spoke about Jamaica dangling on the cliff, and I read it to be the cliff of a precipice. But Senator Webby, my good friend, didn't locate a time period when that dangling was taking place. My friend, let me put it this way. I know that what he said is true. I know what he said is true, but we need to locate those prior years. We need to locate those prior years. Because it's okay when that side find time to bang the desk. I am not here to help them bang in the desk. I want to preserve the furniture. Yeah, I'm punishing Mike, because I could turn it off but for writers and be as loud. Let us be clear, Mr. President, that there was a time in this country, when our economy was tottering on the brink of disaster, when for 18 months we couldn't face the IMF. We couldn't face the IMF. When our debt burden was ballooning, and when the people were suffering. And that's a period, Senator Webby, that ended in 2011. Because as of January 2012, if I may borrow from Senator Gill, when the new government came in, things began to change for the better. And it wasn't by accident. It wasn't by accident. In our budget presentation, as leader of the opposition, as Prime Minister in 2012, the Honourable, Most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller said the following. and I quote, "This is why, under my leadership, my government, despite the challenges, will do everything in its power to reduce the debt and restore growth to the economy." It is in that it happened. It happened. Don't worry about it. It is in this context. It is this, Mr. President, she continued to say by saying, it is in this context that some of the unavoidable hard decisions had to be taken. And then she recited the difficulty. She recited the difficulty we found. And she went on to say, "Mr. Speaker, if we are to fix the economy and create the basis for sustainable economic growth and jobs for our people, we have to take courageous steps to tackle the growing debt and stimulate growth. Each sector of the society must play its part." So you are right, Senator Webber. But not enough recognition, apart from yourself, have been given by that side to the tremendous role played by the then Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, by focusing on the debt reduction. They focus on the debt reduction, they focus on growing the economy and creating jobs. And this is why I always laugh when I hear about a Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, because I knew that that is what the previous government was focusing on and succeeding. Mr. President, the period of which Senator Webber spoke, the country was reminded over the weekend of how difficult it was for Jamaica. The Jamaica we love, Senator Gale. It was a difficult moment for us at the end of 2011, beginning of 2012. And we were reminded, Mr. President, over the weekend with the visit of the venerable Congresswoman of the United States of America, Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She shared with us, and I played a clip on my radio program, and I have it, can WhatsApp whoever wants it. I need to do that. I need you to advertise on it too. So let me say this. What I want you to understand is that I have the clip of Congresswoman Maxine Waters. I will share with you. And I tell you not only that, Mr. President, when I listened back to it, it brought tears to my eyes, what she said. And the country needs to be reminded of what she said. She said Jamaica was getting a run around in trying to get a new agreement with the IMF. She got a call, that is Congresswoman Maxine Waters, from the most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller, who explained to her the difficulties Jamaica was facing and the need for assistance. And this is what Maxine Waters says. She said, Portia explained to us how business people were being affected. How business people were being affected. How the workers, the children were being affected. And she needed the support. And Senator Gale, it reminds me of what P.J. Patterson once said, good friends, better than pocket money. He was speaking about Hugo Chavez. Good friends, better than pocket money. And what Maxine Waters said, Jamaica was told in 2014, some of it by the managing director of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, when she visited Jamaica and praised the tremendous positive impact that the government was having in respect to the economy and fiscal management. Congresswoman Waters said, President and members of the Senate, that they were writing letters to Christine Lagarde, but they weren't getting any response. And she wondered if what was happening was what happened in bureaucracy normally. You send a letter and somebody just put it somewhere. So she took up the telephone on the 21st of December, 2012, and called Christine Lagarde and said, I want you to help Jamaica. You can't allow Jamaica to fail. And as a matter of fact, I'm coming over to see you. And Christine Lagarde said yes. She took a team, including an ambassador from Jamaica, of other black U.S. Congress men and women. And they went on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, which is what Christine Lagarde told us. She went on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve to the IMF headquarters. Met with Christine Lagarde. And Christine Lagarde told us when she came here, I was being advised to let Jamaica fail. Yes. Because of what happened. That led us to the precipice. So Christine Lagarde, the managing director of the IMF, told us that she was being advised to let Jamaica fail. But thank God for the help of our friends in the Black Caucus of the U.S. Congress. Mr. President, some people would learn more and not ask foolish questions if they listen. Mr. President, let us be clear. Let us be clear. Let us be clear that those work has got us an IMF agreement. An IMF agreement that some say we should just sign anything, no matter its impact on the poor. Just sign. But we stood out. And we set out to reduce the debt. That's why we passed the Principal Act in 2012. We set out to pass the law to tackle the debt. And the measures we took to tackle the debt. Mr. President, you yourself will know that in recent times, we took decision to buy back the Petro-Carib debt. Not everybody supported that decision to buy back the Petro-Carib debt. But Woe and others, present company may even be included. So, by that decision, it gave Jamaica space to have a reduction. And again, Maxine Waters, Congresswoman, said she wrote to the IMF to encourage them to respond positively to Jamaica's request for that fiscal space. That's building alliance. That's building powerful friendship that can help our country. And what a refreshing approach to cursing the U.S. Embassy officials. What a refreshing approach than cursing the U.S. Embassy official and telling people where the Constitution starts and never stops. What a refreshing approach from defending a gun runner and a drug dealer. What a refreshing approach. So, Mr. President, the Petro-Carib, that is true. We curse imperialism in the theory, but we never curse them in defense of a drug dealer and a gun runner. Mr. President, not only did the previous government do everything to reduce the debt, but we also, Senator Webby, did you eat the wrong part of the chicken while you're talking so much? Sure. That's why. But it looked like he's a chicken eater. Yeah. Senator Webby, you have said, Senator Webby, that we need to grow our way.
Senator Brown, I'm sure you won't mind addressing the President. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, may I, through you, remind Senator Webby of his correct statement that we need to grow our way out of the debt. That is why, Mr. President, $64 billion of investment was welcomed in the tourism sector during that period of 2012 to the beginning of 2016. That's growth. That is why Senator Knight is not here now. But I remember when Charisma came, Mr. President, and wanted a special arrangement with the UDC, Senator Knight struggled in the board to give that facility to Charisma. And now we heard Victor McNeil announce 5,000 rooms by Charisma, and I hear it being re-announced by the current government. That's progress. That's how we create rooms in the hotel sector, because we know that every room that we create is going to create more jobs for our people. When we create more jobs for people, they'll have a chance to have their children develop better and avoid the antisocial activities of crime. So we are committed to creating new investment into the country as a way of reducing the debt. Because the bigger we make the economy, the less the debt will be as a ratio of GDP. Mr. President, we not only looked at tourism, we looked at the young people coming out of university who couldn't find jobs, and we attracted the BPO sector. And we doubled the number of jobs in the BPO sector, and has laid the foundation for more jobs, Senator Webby, through you, Mr. President, to be created in the BPO industry. That's what Portia and Peter meant when they set out in taking the country back from the cliff of the precipice. So, I am happy that all of them saying they are continuing the fiscal policies of the previous government. So when they used to say, all you do is pass the IMF test, they didn't realize that all of this was about reducing the debt, stabilizing our economy, allowing for growth and job creation. And you know, I want to say it the sixth time now that you have admitted on behalf of your side that the truth has finally hit home. Mr. President, we looked at the logistics industry and recognized that Jamaica could put itself as a key part of global commerce with the logistics center type activities. This was about creating growth. And I'm happy that the present government is running with what Tony Hilton left there. Very happy. He left a lot. And this is the problem you all have. When Dan Webby, Mr. President, got up and says, I give credit over here, it's just a pity the rest of them can't follow in his footsteps. But then he's a wise man. He's a wise man. And not everybody. Mr. President, when we pumped investment in the agro-parks, it was part of reducing the debt by growing the economy. When we move foreign direct investment from the paltry 211 million, I tell you, you mustn't say things you don't know about. You will get yourself burned. So when we move foreign direct investment from 211 million to almost $1 billion, that's about reducing the debt by growing our economy. Because how we measure the debt globally is debt to GDP. And when you grow the GDP and you don't expand the debt, or even if you expand it a little, the net effect is a reduction of debt to GDP. That's how we understand it. So some of them may not be able to understand these things, and this is why I spend the time teaching them. And their silence would allow them to learn it even better. Mr. President, we spend time growing small businesses because we understand that when small businesses grow, they create more jobs. And when they create more jobs, people are able to buy more. And the GDP grows when consumers are buying more, and the debt to GDP ratio comes down. That's consistent with the bill. Mr. President, let me say this. Much talk has been about tax, but I prefer the views of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the official research arm of the government, which has said that the majority of quintiles have suffered from the tax measure. They are worse off. But I will come to that another time. I'll have a lot of opportunity to talk about that. So I'm proud that we have left a platform on which this government can continue. I am not sure, however, that they're doing so good. And I'm going to lay this on the table. I said it yesterday. Things not looking good. And they're grabbing from everywhere they can find resources. But we have another bill coming up. And that bill will allow me and others on this side to speak. We support the bill. We support the bill. But let us be clear.
Are you speaking of the one coming up, Senator Brown, or this one?
Sufficient to the time. Because when we come to that, we will see who is consistent.
It was unclear, Senator Golding, which one he was referring to.
When we come to that one, I promise you, I have material that I will use to show who is consistent and who is not being consistent. Just for some clarity for you, we on this side will be consistent. You don't have to worry. We on this side will be consistent. Right? We will not. I put the opening of my comment. We on this side will always put. We on this side, Mr. President, will always put country over party. We on this side will always put country over party. And so, Mr. President, on those words, we support this bill. It's a continuation of work we started, and it is a continuation of work we intend to get back there and do. And I promise one thing, when we get back there, not a single one of our ministers will run up an $8.34 million telephone bill. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown, and I see that you're a predictor of the future. Senator Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Honourable Finance Minister and his team is steering us through some very difficult waters. Yes. And I think none would doubt the enormity of his challenge, and the job is certainly not one that is envied. But, Mr. President, we all see that our battered economy is showing signs of growth. And we hope to see even more such growth and the flourishing of Jamaicans. And for that to continue, we have to deal with the burden, with the burden chained to our ankles of our debt. Sorry. And before I go on, let me also add my congratulations to Dr. President Morrison on your significant accomplishment, sir. I truly, truly appreciate the efforts that you must have made, but I can only imagine the personal triumph that you must feel, and I significantly and sincerely congratulate you, sir. Now, Mr. President, with respect to the bill in front of us, I, by nature and training, when presented with a problem, and especially when there is need for exploration of a solution, I must try to understand the causation of said problem. And Senator Brown just indicated the need for us to remind the country of where we are coming from, to be in this quagmire of this debt management situation that we have to be faced. Only with understanding, Mr. President, comes insight that will steer the best solutions moving forward, and most importantly, avoiding a repeat of whatever problem it is that we are trying to address. The Planning Institute of Jamaica is reflecting hopeful recovery, with its review of economic performance, recognizing that for the fiscal year of 2016-2017, the real GDP is estimated to have grown by 1.1%. We also note the continued improvement in the labor market, characterized by an increase in the size of the labor force, increased employment levels, and lower unemployment rates. The economic growth outlook for 2017-2018 is positive and expected to be about 2 to 3%. But, Mr. President, this is not what the reality was in the past. And certainly, we are here to discuss improved ways of managing the consequences of past decisions. Admittedly, this is not a task I enjoy, as I would rather be discussing how we should be investing our surplus. Senator Webby just put our situation in clear view, with indicating that of the 2.8 million approximate inhabitants, Jamaicans of this country, each is owing just under $800,000 in public debt. But how did we get here? I have sat here on this side, listening to members on that side, criticizing for just over a year now, wearing a very significant gleaming halo of innocence in the management of our country and our economy. As we on this side and our government try to improve the lives of the Jamaican people, where, Mr. President, were these very haloed voices when their administration was driving this economy into the ground and into the chasm of an almost unsurmountable debt, taking us to that cliff that Senator Webby mentioned? Where were they when then Finance Minister Dr. Omar Davis, who under his stewardship of 14 years of managing the monies of our beloved country, saw Jamaica suffering its worst economic calamity with the meltdown of the financial system in the 1990s, the entire decade of the 90s? Where were these haloed voices then? That calamity cost the government, cost the country $144 billion, which was 44% of the value of the total GDP of the country at that time. 44%. A devastating blow to the future of the people of Jamaica. Only 2 other post-World War II countries have a history of doing worse. Indonesia lost 50% of its GDP, and Argentina 50%. Dark days, Mr. President. Those were very dark days for Jamaicans. Shame. With an average of 44% of GDP, crime and violence had developed to be a costly factor. I see Senator Golden and Senator Brown-Burke have left the chambers. I wonder why. We all sat here when we heard Senator Brown reminding Jamaicans, or trying to attempt to remind Jamaicans of why we are here discussing ways of managing our debt. With an average of 4% of the GDP, crime and violence had developed to be a costly factor in Jamaica's economy. Crime has increased steadily in the 1990s and 2000s. The figures are there to reflect such. As our economy plummeted in the 90s, crime and violence rose.
Shame, Senator.
It is also a limiting factor for external investments and business expansion. The financial sector was in a serious crisis between 1993 and 1997. The macroeconomic governance of the PNP was weak and central bank regulations
could
were
you be
poor.
courteous to Senator Longmore, please?
Senator slowly, Senator slowly.
Nice to see you, Senator Slowly.
I'm riding up some fellas. Okay. Senator Slowly, I am merely going down the path started by Senator Brown of reminding Jamaicans as to how we got here. That's all I'm doing.
And how consistent.
The government of the PNP, of which most, if not all, of who are criticizing Prime Minister Holness's efforts, most of them, most of the fellow members who are a part of said administration, failed to supervise and regulate the banking sector. Especially with the financial sector crisis between 95 and 97, the public debts increased dramatically. And more than 45,000 businesses, 45,000 businesses went down in the 1990s. In 1997, the unemployment rate reached a peak of 16.5%.
What?
The 14 years, pardon, I wish it was 4. The 14 years of Dr. Omar Davis's helm as the nation's Minister of Finance have made Jamaica's economy struggle and led to macroeconomic instability. There was a 50% decline.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I would like to hear my colleague senator in silence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senator.
The fourth... Senator Brown,
Senator Longmore has the floor, please.
We sat here and listened to you take us over the cliff. I'm put in the position as to how we got to said cliff. Literally. The 14 years of Dr. Omar Davis as the nation's finance minister had made Jamaica's economy struggle and led to macroeconomic instability. There was a 50% decline of world merchandise exports from 1994 to 2001, Mr. President. Jamaica shifted from an industrial nation to a rather service-oriented economy. However, instead of investing in the formal sector developing appropriately, the informal sector grew under the PNP years and productivity shrunk in those years. Mr. President, recall that these companies capsized under FinSAC. Mutual Life.
Mr. President, just on a point of order.
Will you state the point of order, yes, Senator Brown?
The member, the senator, is misleading the country. FinSAC was a mechanism, as you would well know, Mr. President, that was used to rescue a number of companies, and FinSAC was not the cause. FinSAC was the cure being used, and the member, maybe out of ignorance, but whatever the cause, she's misleading the Senate.
Senator Brown, you've stated the point. Senator Longmore.
Thank you. I will continue to state facts, and let me. The question came as to where the question came as to the source of my information and my speech. This is from mostly publications in both of our premier national newspapers, the Jamaica Gleaner and the Jamaica Observer. So anything that is here is public knowledge. Recall the companies that capsized under the P.J. Patterson and Dr. Davis-led administration. Mutual Life, a company that was operating locally for over 100 years. Goodyear Tire Company, West Indies Glass, Home Electric, Workers Bank, Raymer's Furniture, Charlie's Windsor House, Thermoplastics, Berwick Batteries, Central National Bank, Crown Eagle Insurance, Crown Eagle Insurance Commercial Bank. It's 45,000. Island Life Insurance Company, American Life Insurance Company, Eagle Merchant Bank, Eco Trends, Time Stores, Things Jamaican, which, by the way, the location of Things Jamaica was actually turned into a detention center. Can you imagine? Things Jamaica, the location of which was turned into a detention center rather than building. Added to that, as I mentioned, Mr. President, over 45,000 small and medium-sized businesses that went under in the 1990s. And we are here discussing how we best can manage the debt accumulated by that base, set by members on the other side and the party that they support. Mr. President, thousands of honest businessmen and women Mr. President, thousands of honest businessmen and women whose only crime, Mr. President,
they created such a hostile
I wish I could get a chance. I wish I could get a chance. Senator Slowly is the most I've heard you in the Senate.
Senators, may I ask you to have Senator Longmore address the bill and get to a point?
Another It's good to see three members, huh? Mr. President, thousands of honest businessmen and women whose only crime was investing. Thousands of honest business. I'm trying to. Thousands of honest businessmen and women whose only crime was investing in the land of their birth were ruined. Many have migrated, according to the association that represents FinSact entrepreneurs. Some 20 have committed suicide.
What?
Related, based on the FinSact entrepreneurs, based on members of that association. This is regretful, Mr. President. Significant.
Senator Morris, please. No, could you? 1 second, Senator Morris. Marshall, thank you. Go ahead. Yeah. Senator Morris, thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. I heard the member making the statement that some 20 individuals have committed suicide as a result of FinSac. And she has not cited any source for that.
Her failure as a psychiatrist to treat them properly.
What was the source that you stated?
She said she failed as a psychiatrist to treat them.
No, but they don't have the authority to indicate that that was so. I don't think
could you state the point, please?
I don't think it's a credible source, and I think that the argument should be withdrawn.
What is the point of order, Mr. President?
Senator Longmore. Proceed, please.
Thank you, President. Pardon. As I mentioned before, my source is the national newspapers, the two that I mentioned, as well as specifically at this point, this was relayed by the Association of FinSact Entrepreneurs. So, thank you. And yes, thousands today, Mr. President, are like dead men and women walking around shattered human shells who cannot bring themselves back to pieces after the management of our Jamaican economy in the 90s. Mr. President, let the record speak. Mr. President, let the record speak. The first 10 years of independence was marked by an average economic growth of more than 6%. More than 6%, Mr. President. In November 19...
Gentlemen of the Senate, I'm going to ask you to be gentlemen to the lady on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. A president and a gentleman. Mr. President, let the record speak for itself. The first 10 years of independence was marked by an average economic growth of more than 6%. In November 1974, at a political rally, the leader of the country declared, "The capitalist system is a system that brought slavery to Jamaica." Yeah. Under capitalism, we supported 300 years of colonialism, and no way shall capitalism continue in Jamaica. Socialism is running Jamaica now. 4 years later, the economy was in shambles. This country, the country had run out of foreign exchange. Production was down. The value of our economy slipped badly, among other social ills. Who could argue that the economy was not better managed by the previous administration?
Mr. President, on a point of order.
Senator Brown, you will state the point of order.
I will. While I spoke, you directed me to the bill, even when I was speaking to the bill. A speech by Michael Manley in 74, I really can't see what it have to do with this. Unless they're going to tell me, Mr. President, that the reason why they have lost so many elections is because of that speech about socialism by Michael Manley.
Senator Brown, you notice that I've given you the freedom to speak, but I did, about 5 minutes ago, I did say that Senator Longmore will continue to speak towards the bill. I'm sure you heard. Senator Longmore, continue, please.
You know, Mr. President, I am one of, as you know, I'm one of the newest senators within the chamber. I only learn from those who were here before me. And so that's, you know, and I endeavor to recognize the ills of our ways and improve on such. And so I have learned that when we address these bills, we unearth the issues that relate to these bills. Mr. President, yes? Yeah, the 4 years later, yes. I can't remember where I was. In November 1974, at a political... That is what I'm trying to do by getting us out of where you guys have led us. 4 years later, Mr. President, as I mentioned before, after said anti-capitalistic utterances, the economy was in shambles. Yes. The country had run out of foreign exchange, production was down, the value of our money slipped badly, among other social ills. Who could argue that the economy had been better managed by the previous administration at the time? The leader of the socialist government that time caused the economic disaster that still troubled us today, and wrote an article explaining the fact is that we all seriously, listen to this, Senator Samuda. The fact is that we all seriously miscalculated the capacity of the state to intervene effectively. Despite the enormous sincerity we brought to the task, our nationalistic and statistic approach did not work. In the 1980s, Jamaican voters faced with privatization and increasing numbers of sufferers changed course back to the system they had rejected in 1972. The economy soon began to grow again, albeit by small increments. Stability was returning, and to the discerning, the repaired economy was about to take off. This was under the stewardship of the Honourable Edward Siaga. It was at this point that the voters determined that the very managers who had wrecked the economy before should be put back in charge. And then we were back at the 90s, which I have already alluded to. Mr. President, the debilitating consequences of the 90s scorched our economic policies for a long time to come, and produced a trail of human suffering that was rivaled only by the economic disasters occasioned on this beautiful country by the regime in the 70s. Significantly, Mr. President, them being at the reins for 24 out of the last 27 years has caused us today to be here crafting a bill that seems to be addressing the ills of the economic management foisted on these people of Jamaica at that time, now, and for future generations to come. The bill before us today, Mr. President, seeks to make right some of those wrongs
Senator
in our
Brown,
past.
one second, Senator. You heard her say the bill before us today. She's addressing the bill. I'm sure you're listening now. Good, good. Thank you.
The bill before...
Continue, Senator Longmore.
The bill before us today, Mr. President, seeks to make right some of the wrongs in our past by seeing to amendments that will provide guidelines. As I said, Dr. Morrison, I like to understand as a doctor what causes the ills in my patients so I can best prevent it. By seeing to the amendments that will provide guidelines regarding the main roles, functions, and responsibilities of the operational bodies governed under the Act, including the units of the debt management branch, where we will see methods of operations being more efficient and in keeping with international standards of debt management. Mr. President, it is good to see amendments of the Public Debt Management Act enabling the establishment of a new body, namely the Public Debt Management Committee. In Clause 8, tasked with monitoring the Act, with special respect to medium-term public debt management strategy, which will certainly improve the performance of public debt management of the nation. The Public Debt Management Act details the information to be contained in the annual report, which includes end-of-year fiscal information that was not available prior to the end of year. I am content that the amended Act aligns with the international best practices and that it follows World Bank recommendations to empower our institutions. An example for those standards is establishment of the new branch, namely the Debt Management Branch, with its 4 divisions as seen in Clause 10, and aims at cost saving. I'm seriously hoping that existing resources, Mr. President, Senator Brown expressed this concern, and I too. I am seriously hoping that existing resources will be utilized and the renewed and improved bill will not take on new funding. What Jamaica needs, Mr. President, is declining debts and more productivity that our people can live the lives that they deserve. Mr. President, I wholeheartedly support this Public Debt Management Bill 2017, as we as a country enable our hard-working finance team to pull us out of this dire state we have found ourselves in, on particularly poor decision-making in the past. I thank you.
Senator Longmore, thank you, and you stayed within time, I noticed. Senator Johnson-Smith.
Mr. President, I thank you. Sorry, thank you. Mr. President, thank you for, I wish to thank my colleagues for their contributions to the bill, and I think we continue not to disappoint in the passion and the deep beliefs that each member brings to the table, regardless of the side from which they speak. So we appreciate the efforts made to ensure that a robust debate is had. So, Mr. President, I just wish to, as I indicated earlier, the bill is largely administrative, and it tends to, one of the things which it seeks to do is to ground in the law matters which exist. So perhaps the first point I could clarify is one raised by both Senator Longmore and Senator Brown, which is in respect to the resources and the units that have been named in the bill. These are existing units, but they were not named in law, recognized in the law when it was amended in 2012. So I'd stated this in my opening, but perhaps not sufficiently clearly, as the point is made that the debt management branch, and Mr. President, on that note, the time being 1:20, might standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day.
The question is that the time being 1:20, the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President. So there are all of the branches, the committees, and the units which are set out in this bill are existing units, but branches and committees, but they are now being recognized in law. So they're not creating and expanding the debt management mechanism, but ensuring that it is all grounded in law. The next point which I wish to raise was a concern brought to the fore by Senator Golding, which is in relation to Clause 7 of the bill, as juxtaposed with Clause 10, and in particular paragraph G of the new 8B. Senator Golding raised a concern that under the new 6A, the minister will have the responsibility to establish limits to control risks, and under paragraph G of the new 8B, the debt management branch is given responsibility to manage interest rate risks by the establishment of limits for fixed and floating rate debt. But these are not seen as incompatible at all. One is specific, the limits in respect of fixed and floating rate debt. That is an element of the credit risk which the minister has overall responsibility to manage. So 6A sets overarching responsibility for establishing limits for control risks, market risks, refinancing risks, credit risks, liquidity, etc., as the minister, appropriately as a minister. And the responsibility in respect of this particular element is just one element subsumed under the larger. So they're not incompatible, and we think they work well together in discussion with the technical people. In respect of the technical team, in respect of the next issue that was raised by Senator Golding was in respect of the use of the word priority in paragraph K of the same section arising on page 12. And the senator raised a concern that there could be incompatibility with priorities as established under the Constitution, not using the word, but in terms of the obligations that exist, and in respect of the legal understanding of statutory payment of obligations. For example, if I understood your allusion to under the Employment Termination and Redundancy Act and perhaps other legislative obligations, etc. But again, priority here is used in the normal sense of the word, and a government must have responsibility to ensure that it manages liquidity risk as put here by ensuring that the government has sufficient funds to meet its debt servicing and other priority obligations. So these are not incompatible with any constitutional or other statutory obligations. A government must have responsibility to set its own priorities and to ensure that debt is managed in accordance therewith. So we believe that that has also soundly been stated. In respect of Clause 11, Clause 11 addresses the amendment to paragraph 10F, and a concern was raised in respect of the adjustment made to paragraph F, which deals with the undertaking of loans to finance matters of national security. Yes, the language is different, and it was recommended specifically and adopted as a policy position based on World Bank, the World Bank consultancy around the matter of debt management. And here it was thought that this would clarify. Point being that national security is always a need, it is always important, and that it was necessary to really ensure that this be narrowed to where there is an occurrence. And it can be that threatens national security. In those circumstances, paragraph F could apply. And this is not to say that there is no other provision that might apply across the board in such circumstances. In respect of the concern raised under Clause 13, which amends 21, and the point that the new 21 now gives the ability, now legally rather recognizes the ability of the government to pay non-guaranteed debt incurred by a public body. It is not being agreed that we should seek to define non-guaranteed debt. The fact is that this clause requires the minister to have the prior approval of the House of Representatives, and this matter will therefore be raised and debated and brought to the House before it can be undertaken. So it is thought that this phrasing allows a relevant flexibility while still providing for the appropriate oversight by Parliament in respect of such matters. The final issue that was raised by Senator Golding and which I wish to address is a perceived inconsistency between the Debt Strategy and Analysis Office's responsibility to produce and maintain the procedures manual as found in paragraph H on page 20, and his sense that this should have greater linkages to the compliance department. There is in fact no incompatibility. If reference is made to page 18, you would see that, that the Debt Strategy and Analysis, the Portfolio Management Office has responsibility to collaborate with the Compliance Office, also to maintain and update the procedures manual. And then the Debt Strategy and Analysis Office has a primary responsibility to produce and maintain the manual. And then the Compliance Office itself, on page 26 in paragraph 1B, has a responsibility for coordinating the updating and adherence to the procedures manual by the office, the Debt Strategy and Analysis Office, and the Debt Operations Office, ensuring that the procedures manual is comprehensive and approved by the Deputy FS. So they all work together with different responsibilities to ensure that the manual is coordinated, updated, and maintained. So the matters are compatible. And my apologies, there's one final matter, which is the matter of Clause 17 and its amendment of Section 38. And it may well be, Senator Golding, that you had looked at the clause which had not been amended. The PDMA had amended Section 38 of the BOJ Act in 2012. And now this is amending that further amendment, and the reading actually fits appropriately with this. So, and you might have seen the earlier version, which I think has a disclaimer on it. It has had one for a long time, that you know, that it doesn't assert that they have all been updated. So I believe the language is fine. It would now read, in the payment of interest and principal in respect of loans and other debt instruments and government securities within the meaning of the PDMA. So it flows quite fine. It may have been an earlier version that you're looking to. So in those, on that note, Mr. President, I ask for second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Debt Management Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Okay, no amendments. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 3. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Just one. Senator Golding, do we have any issues with any of the clauses, or could I put them on block?
I wanted to mention something in relation to clause 9. So if we could put everything up to clause 8.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I put clauses 4 to 8. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 9.
Yeah. Just wanted to point out that in the new 8, section 8, which is introduced by clause 9, there's a clause reference error in subsection 3 that should make reference to subsection 4. It's a wrong reference. I don't know what you call that. No doubt for convenience it will be treated as editorial.
With that note, I put clause 9. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Some issues I wanted to raise on clause 10.
I put clause 10.
In relation to clause 10, and the new section 8B, which deals with the functions of the debt management branch, it says in paragraph B, it says the functions of the debt management branch shall be to develop, implement, monitor, review the medium-term debt management strategy, including, and in Roman 1 it says a 3-year strategy on public debt, including public grants, lending, on-lending, loan guarantees, and derivative transactions. What role does public grants have in this? I know that the concept of using derivatives to manage the liabilities is understood, but lending, on-lending, loan guarantees, and so on, those and the derivatives all relate to the public debt, but public grants seem incongruous there. So I just want an explanation as to why that was being mentioned. The other point I wanted to make on this particular section is in relation to the next page, Romans.
Still in clause 10.
Same clause. In relation to Roman 8 and Roman 9, where they make reference to the debt management strategy in both places, but throughout the rest of the bill, it specifically uses a defined term, which is actually defined in Section 5 of the Act, which is a medium-term public debt management strategy. That is a debt management strategy that is referred to all over the place. I was wondering why we suddenly have, in these two subparagraphs, a reference to the debt management strategies if it's something different to the defined one that was being used elsewhere in the bill. So, for example, in relation to in Roman 4, Roman 5, in the chapeau in Roman 7, and so on. I don't know why we have moved away from that.
If it's just being read together with the overarching responsibility that's set out in B. So and it's to develop, implement, monitor, and review the capital letters medium-term public debt management strategy, including perhaps the ordinary meaning of the word debt management strategy, implementation of, so it's all advising. That way to get some technical guidance on that. But
in several of the Roman paragraphs, the defined term is used, but not in those two. And the last point I want to make on this particular section is in relation to K, and I must say I find the response very unsatisfactory from the minister and perhaps the technical team. This is a provision talking about managing liquidity risk by ensuring that the government has sufficient available funds to meet debt servicing and other priority obligations. It begs the question, what are priority obligations? This doesn't mean the overall priorities of the government in relation to expenditure and so on. This is talking about different categories of obligations. Debt servicing is under the Public Debt Management Act, as it was before, specifically charged to the Consolidated Fund. And when we talk about other priority obligations, what do we mean? Are we talking about obligations that are so charged? And if so, what are those? Are we talking about expenditure that is treated in a particular way, statutory expenditure, I think it's called, under the Constitution? Certain officers are paid out of that, as opposed to the having to be provided for in an appropriation bill. It just doesn't sit well with the scheme of the law governing our public finance in Jamaica, and it raises issues because of the way that priorities are understood in the context of debt. And this is a paragraph specifically dealing with liquidity risk in relation to having funds to meet debt servicing. And then it goes on to say, and other priority obligations, which it's a very unclear phase. By juxtaposing it to debt servicing, it really raises the question of what does priority mean in this context. And I would have asked that we clarify that so that we don't have that issue. And I think the word priority adds nothing other than confusion to that particular provision.
Go back to your first issue, which is the matter of public grants. They manage public grants because there's an overall capacity issue in terms of ensuring that together with grants and the government does not agree to receive more than it can absorb and appropriately spend within the scope of what it is also borrowing. They have a general oversight, so you know what is coming in respect of grants and what is in respect of loans. You have to see them all in one place so that the government can manage what it's undertaking. If you're getting a grant, you don't need a loan in this, etc. So they make sure that not only is there appropriate fiscal space, so it's they're all taken together in the same place to ensure holistic decisions are taken. So that's why that is there. In respect of the priority obligations, the explanation is as I gave it before, and it hasn't changed as a result of what you have said. I understand your concern, but priority obligations are meant to be taken in the normal meaning of the words as they are stated there and in the context of everything else. So a government having the responsibility to identify its priority obligations is not inconsistent with any of the obligations which you have identified as well. This is appropriately stated and broadly stated to allow for the general management of liquidity risk. So
the context of it, Mr. Chairman, would not impinge on the other technical meanings that Senator Golden mentioned. I don't think it actually disturbs it at all.
Well, I don't understand the explanation. I don't know what priority obligations are. I mean, they're either obligations that are everyday normal obligations that you have to meet, or there are obligations which have some elevated status in law as a result of the Constitution in the case of the public sector, or statute. We don't speak in terms of priorities in this context and priority obligations. And I think it's very untidy. There are people who are going to have to construe these provisions who operate in the international debt markets, lawyers who are accustomed to this kind of language being clear. And so I think it's unfortunate that we're not using this opportunity to find language that doesn't import any kind of legal uncertainty as to what this is trying to say. And I think the use of the word priority here has that disadvantage.
Well, let us just state clearly for the Hansard then, that in the event that persons do share your view, rather, that there is legal uncertainty around the term, that it is intended that the words priority obligations are taken in the normal sense of the word, and that they are not viewed as inconsistent with the technical language which you believe creates some uncertainty. It is a normal sense of the word. A government must have a responsibility when assessing and managing liquidity risk to ensure that it has sufficient funds to meet debt servicing and other obligations, and in accordance with its priorities. So that is quite clear.
It's not really in accordance with its priorities. It's in accordance with its legal obligations.
I think you're overthinking
perhaps,
because it's a normal sense of the word.
From the government has an obligation to make a payment. It must ensure that it has the liquidity to make the payment,
yes,
whether it's a salary or whether it's a payment for goods or services.
To that. So
why use the word priority?
We believe that it's perfectly clear and fine in the normal meaning of the words as applying the rules of interpretation. In respect of the queries raised for Roman numerals 8 and 9, the lowercase debt management strategy in both is intended to have the broader meaning than the defined term as set out elsewhere. So they are expected to be responsible generally in respect of debt management strategy as a concept, in addition to their roles in respect of the defined term public debt management strategy, medium-term public debt management strategy. So in those circumstances, Mr. Chairman, we would ask you to put the clause.
I put clause 10. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 11.
Did you say, you said some IDB consultant said that this World Bank consultant said that this should be changed. What was his or her rationale for it?
It was for clarity. It's the explanation, as noted, was that it was for clarity, and it does appear to be more narrow than the language that was there before. My understanding is that the intention was that as national security would always be an issue and we're trying to manage debt, that a more clearer indication of an occurrence and not a conceptual, not a recognition of the conceptual importance of national security should allow for accruing debt or incurring debt, specifically for national security, to be more confined as in this language.
It's a pity we find ourselves beholden to
I put clause 11, those in favor.
In wording our
those
laws.
Against, the ayes have it. I put clause 12. Those in favor. Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 13. Those in favor. Those against, the ayes have it. I put clause 14, 15, 16, and 17. Those in favor.
You're operating in a very indecent haste. Could you just please put clause 17 separately, because there is one little issue that I wanted to raise.
The question is very acceptable, the commentary, well, there it is. We put clause 13. Is that agreement, are you agreeing with that? Are you agreeing with 14 to 16?
Yes, yes.
I put clauses 14 to 16. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Well, actually, sorry. The point I was making is in 16. I apologize. 14 to 15, please. This is 16 is such a long provision. I hadn't.
Recommit 15 then, Mr. President, given where we are. Mr. Chairman.
I put clause 15. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 16.
Yes, sorry. Just two small points. The first of them, where it talks about in F, that this is in what would be, I suppose, part 3, paragraph 2F. It talks about develop new products and financing instruments for use in the medium-term public debt strategy, in particular all derivative products. Part 3, yeah. It's on page 16 at the top, F. Yeah. It says in particular all derivative products. I don't, why would we have to have all derivative? I mean, the array of derivative products is vast. I mean, the development of them is something that has to be done very carefully. You can lose your shirt on them if you make poor choices. I don't know why we need the word all. I mean, they're developing new products. The word all suggests.
Senator,
top
of page 16,
yes.
thank you.
Page 16, yeah. And the other little point was, I think, in B on the previous page, have knowledge of modern borrower conventions. I think it's an issue of techniques. I think the S is missing from convention. Yeah.
The S can be added to B, as you see, onto page 15. I'm not sure that all does any harm, because if the issue is about developing new products, I agree that perhaps it would be more elegant to simply refer to derivative products. But in essence, it would not. It certainly couldn't be taken to mean that they must develop all derivative products. The intention is clear that it must be that they are entitled to develop along the spectrum of all derivative products. So I'm not sure it does any harm to have the all there.
The other point I would make on this is on page 26, and the reference to the principal director. of the debt management branch. Yeah, I mean, there's a reference to the head of the debt with a capitalized H in an earlier provision.
Everywhere is, all of the units have heads with a capital H, but the actual, let me say the top of the debt management branch, it's actually the principal director. So all of the other units have heads, but the head of the debt management branch is actually the principal director.
So why don't we refer to that on page 14, for example, in 2A of paragraph C? Why don't we refer to that person as a principal director rather than the head in relation to the debt management branch?
Let me just check if there's that.
And they just be consistent. It's just...
Call him head in one case, yeah. And then principal director here. Good observation, Marcus. Killer answer, Marcus. Marcus, killer answer.
Right, so for consistency, in paragraph D on page 26, what we would do is change the reference from principal director to head. It will work better that way, so we'll make that change. So that's the paragraph D, designing and producing performance reports for the head of the debt management branch. That will work with the reference on page 14.
I put clause 16, those in favor?
Well, are you going to put the amendment?
Clause 16 as amended.
Put the amendment.
Sorry. I put the amendment to clause 16. Those in favor?
Did you add the S to borrow conventions?
I put the clause as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 17. You mean they have nothing? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment.
Mr. President, I ask for third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Debt Management Act, read a third time and passed.
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson-Smith, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, it is now intended to proceed to the second matter on the agenda of public business for the day. And before the Senate today is a bill passed in the lower house, which has been sent to us for consideration, entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act. Mr. President, as the Senate may be aware, in accordance with the previous extended fund facility with the International Monetary Fund, the government obtained annual contributions towards fiscal consolidation from the National Housing Trust in the amount of $11.4 billion annually. This was achieved, Mr. President, by way of an amendment to the National Housing Trust Act, the provisions of which came to an end in March of this year. This bill seeks to renew such arrangement. Mr. President, the National Housing Trust was able to maintain a surplus during this period of time, and in this context, the government has decided to maintain the financing of $11.4 billion for the fiscal year 2017 as one of the revenue measures adopted to support the budget. Mr. President, we undoubtedly believe that the NHT could have done more in terms of delivering its housing solutions over the period during which the relevant drawdowns were taken. But I know the public has seen that under new leadership and with renewed energy, there have been more housing starts already after 1 year. I know others will speak more to this, and in a sense, there are different issues, the production of housing and the withdrawal of funding towards the consolidated fund. Mr. President, it has been recognized that the revenue measure may, as set out in the bill, continue for 4 years. And under this act, the financing provided would be by way of distribution, grant, or otherwise, as may be determined by the Minister of Finance in particular. I wish to make clear, Mr. President, that the Minister of Finance has stated, and stated quite clearly, that the drawdowns will be taken only if necessary. It is not intended that if it is not necessary, that all 4 years will be utilized. Mr. President, The government was reluctant in taking the decision to opt for this revenue measure, but it has clarified its rationale that without this measure being put in place, the government would be forced to levy new taxes to add to what is an already high tax burden on our citizens. Furthermore, it certainly would be undesirable for the government to cut expenditure on important programs which are of benefit to the country. Mr. President, it is a fact that the fundamental structure of the economy which we inherited has not yet changed, although we are working to change it. We have grown by 1.5%, and it is anticipated, the projections are made that we will grow more this year. Mr. President, this revenue measure must be viewed against the background of fundamental tax reform, the continued shift from direct to indirect taxes, the need to manage the overall burden of both for the purposes of equity, and the need to create breathing space over the medium term to undertake public spending reforms which will take time to implement and the benefit of which will only occur in the medium term. Mr. President, the bill before us has only 3 clauses. Clause 1 sets out the short title and construction of the Act and states that the bill must be read and construed as one with the National Housing Trust Act. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 4 of the National Housing Trust Act to enable the NHT to provide financing up to a maximum annual amount, Mr. President, of $11.4 billion for fiscal consolidation in respect of each of the financial years ending respectively March 31, 2018, March 31, 2019, March 31, 2020, and March 31, 2021. This clause also provides that financing in respect of the above may be by way of distribution, grant, or otherwise, as the Minister responsible for finance may determine. And again, as I stated earlier, because it does bear emphasis, the Minister of Finance has said that he will draw down on these available funds only if necessary. Mr. President, Clause 3, which outlines the duration of the Act, provides that the Act will continue in force until March 31, 2021, and then expire. Mr. President, I just make clear once more, as I stated during the debate on the appropriations bill, I have expressed strong feelings on this bill, or on the bill which was passed in the same terms when I was on the other side. And I continue to still have strong personal feelings about this bill. But the matter is larger than me. Public service is larger than me. And the important issue, and so I know that there are members who are ready with Hansard and whatever barbs and points which they will undoubtedly feel they feel good about bringing them, and that's fine. Everybody has to take their pleasure where they find it. Yes. But I feel confident, Mr. President, that as part of a government which has a bigger plan in mind, that has a plan for prosperity ahead of us, and a path which undoubtedly has started to demonstrate improvements in growth, improvements in employment, improvements in underemployment, and improvements in the general quality of life. Mr. President, that in that context, yes, I commend this bill to my colleagues, and I look forward to, and I'm ready for, the presentation to be made today. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. President,
Normally, Senator Brown, I would be allowed to acknowledge you before the applause. Yeah. But I acknowledge you, sir.
I thought the applause was for the Damascus-like response of the House lead, of the Senate leader. Maturity. Mr. President. Mr. President, as the only member of the opposition Senate between 2012 and 2016, not to have voted no against a similar bill like this, you will never be called an hypocrite.
That's Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. You'd never be called an hypocrite.
You'll never be called.
That's what we said. You'll never be called an hypocrite. He was mature then to abstain because the party whip required a different approach. He was a member of the board of the NHT, and he knew what was involved. And I've said it before in the Senate, and I repeat it. When the government first came to the NHT board to take funds from the NHT, I opposed it. I said it before, I say it again. But the government consulted with the board, explained the situation, went and did studies on the feasibility of the NHT post the withdrawal. And I, in the national interest, relented and support this bill when it came. Because when I look at this bill, Mr. President, the only difference is the dates. The only difference is the years and one Colonel Charles signing as Speaker. He wrote, the Prime Minister says that this bill has been one of the revenue measures adopted to support the government budget. Let's bear in mind, this is a government that has applied $30 billion in new taxes on the backs of the Jamaican people since March last year. So this 11 billion each year is on top of that. Let us be clear, Mr. President, that when the words came this year that the government was going to raid the NHT, in March, the Prime Minister said he wasn't aware of that, wasn't sure. This is after they made the budget presentation. And they tried to sell it to the country that it was a one-year withdrawal. And I constantly ask from this seat in the Senate, when are you bringing the bill? And how long will the withdrawal be for? Because I knew they had to go back to the NHT. I know that they had to go back to the NHT. So we have come to this bill. And now the question is, how will we vote on this short bill? The leader of government business says she's asking us to vote for it. You know, Mr. President, I remember when the bill came. I remember when the bill came, Mr. President. that the first speaker for the opposition was then Senator Malawu Fort. She now sits on a Monday as in cabinet, not as a cabinet member, but she sits in cabinet as the Attorney General who advises on these laws. I well recall what she said during the debate, and I crave your indulgence to remind us of some of what was said.
Not nationalist at all.
She said, and I quote, "Mr. President, while recognizing the need to raise the money, we on this side contend that the government has gone about this business in a shortcut way." Shortcut. She continued, "We maintain, Mr. President, that the necessary work has not been done, and that this thing about telling the country that the only other option was to raise taxes is a reflection of the need," and she crossed out, "a reflection of the need for better skills and competence within the machinery of government." And I'm asking now, is this the case with this government? Is this a shortcut by this government? Or is this was a clear case of opportunism by the then opposition? And in fact, she ended her contribution to the debate by saying, "And so we say to the colleagues on the other side that this bill does not enjoy the support of the parliamentary opposition." And today, the House leader asked the parliamentary opposition to support a bill that they couldn't support when it came. You know?
Shame, Senator.
Mr. President,
Nation interest.
I will say, be patient, my friend, be patient.
Why are you interrupting them?
I don't know why. I don't know why I did. Mr. President, we were lectured by the opposition about the rules and the approach of the Senate. Senator Tavares Finson,
what? President now?
When he spoke, and he quoted from Dr. Light Barnett, and he reached a point when he said, "Have I sufficiently confused you, Senator Brown?"
I himself.
Because he knew that was pure confusion in his own head. And he ended by saying, as in the law, and I quote, "As in the lower house, you on that side have your numbers to pass the amendment, and no doubt you will do so, thereby fulfilling Dr. Barnett's word that we must admit that the ideal of discussing national issues on a non-political basis is largely an illusion. We remain in truth, in fact,
Who said that?
and in fact a rubber stamp to the lower house exercising a game of optics." That was,
Who said that?
that was then Senator Tavares Finson.
Who is now there?
And then, Mr. President, another member of the Senate on the opposition side said the following. "Second, I quote, second is the oversight role of Parliament, Mr. President, the legislature. One of its primary roles is to exercise oversight over the executive. This speaks directly to the point just raised by my colleague, that is Senator Finson. The person continued, "Mr. President, as to whether this Senate has become a rubber stamp, a mere conveyor belt in the legislative process, not carrying out the third role of this chamber, which is the role of review. The Senate is a chamber of review. It is anticipated that we will, at the risk of stating the obvious, review, and that we will not merely accept statements such as, if not this, then what? And simplicity to mean that there is nothing further, that we must stop, that we must adopt the bills which come to us. The person who said that no leads the government side in the Senate. Senator Kamina Smith has spoken out against rubber stamp. Sir Smith Johnson, my brother. Johnson Smith.
I apologize on his behalf.
Johnson Smith.
No harm.
That's a problem when I can't use pronouns. Yeah, it's a problem when I can't use pronouns to refer to you. Mr. President, I wish that the words used in opposition would be those now demonstrated in deed by the government. You know, Mr. President, Senator Knight, I have no doubt, will speak on this bill, as he did then. And those of us who are here recall his famous Damascus moment, having endured sitting on this side, the government members, when they were on that side. And he spoke to loud cheers in the chamber about how the opposition had this Damascus moment. But Senator Knight, I beg to disappoint you. It seems as if they have gone back to the days of Saul. It seems as if they have gone back to the days of Saul, and the Paul moment is no longer. Mr. President, as you are aware, the power of vice vote, the power of vice vote in Parliament is important. Because what the vice vote does is record for posterity, not prosperity. Posterity, vice vote, the position of people. So having it declared by Senator Malawi Ford that our colleagues and that the opposition would not vote for the bill, she left.
In the nation's interest.
Senator Tufton wasn't here for the vote, but he was part of our colleague on the opposition. Senator Montague wasn't here for the vote, but he was part of our colleague on the opposition. Isn't it interesting that now Senator Johnson Smith, Senator Tufton, Senator Montague, and the Attorney General who sits at Cabinet are all now in support of this bill that they called a divide-on in 2013? The people out there have a view for this position. And it can be found in the Bible. And since I know the Jamaican people read the Bible a lot, I won't go beyond OE. I won't go beyond OE. Mr. President? No, it starts with... No, I will use that. I prefer the 8. Mr. President, Senator Arthur Williams called for the divide. Those voting against the bill were Senator Johnson Smith, Senator Tavares Finson, Senator Tufton was here, Senator Alexander Williams, Senator Arthur Williams. And we knew that Senator Malawi Ford made it clear the opposition would not support. In your case, Mr. President, you did the honorable thing in the circumstances. You abstained. In fact, Ansel recorded that somebody declined and finally changed it to a no vote. But that wasn't you. You abstained because you understood. Those who voted yes then, and we have to judge them, we have to watch them, Senator Charles Sinclair, through your President, if they're going to be consistent. Senator Brown, yes. Senator Duncan Price, yes. Senator Faulkner, yes. Senator Golden, yes. Senator Grant, yes. Senator Knight, yes. Senator Morris, yes. Senator Skeffrey, yes. Senator Slowly, yes. And we were proud.
And I will be consistent in national interest, not because I'm here.
We are proud. We are proud. We are proud that we put our country first. We put our country first. We did it then, and we will continue to do it now. Mr. President, the reality is, I agree with the words of Senator Johnson Smith in 2013. The Senate must not be a rubber stamp. I wish every day, that could be the position we are going. Mr. President, if that was the only vote to benefit Jamaica, that the opposition divided and then, I would be forgiven. But there was a vote on a tax measure to improve urban communities, urban blight. And the opposition divided.
Because they thought they had numbers.
Divided. Thankfully, Senator Nicholson arrived on time.
And Nigel voted no.
And of course, we got the benefit of Ambassador Nigel Clark breaking ranks and voting for country over party. So, Mr. President, this bill, we anticipated that it would come. It has come. And I will say this opposition is going to vote for the bill. We're going to vote for the bill because we have options. We could play partisan politics. But we are putting the country first. We are patriots. Mr. President, there are those in the society who are surprised that a bill like this to raid the NHT could come from the Jamaica Labour Party government. Yeah. They are surprised because leading up to the last general election, the opposition, as they were, said they would never use the NHT funds. They would never use the NHT funds for budgetary support. They would never use the NHT funds for budgetary support. But now, over the signature of the Prime Minister, they are using NHT funds for budgetary support. Can you trust a government like this?
No. Absolutely not.
Mr. President, what the people are realizing that this government does not keep its words. Hasn't kept his word not to touch the NHT money. And when they come here and tell us that the Minister of Finance says, oh, it's only for 1 year and we'll only take it if it's necessary. Let me tell you, it's going to be necessary. But don't ask me to take the words, Minister Johnson Smith, of the Minister of Finance. Because if he can't manage his phone bill, don't expect me to trust him to manage the economy of our country. So, I don't accept the view that it is if not necessary, drawdowns will not be made.
I get a call from
I have heard, Mr. President, that the economy will grow this year. Let's talk some reality. Because Sean Spice has resigned. So we don't need no more Sean Spice a year. With the fake news. Mr. President, the first quarter of this year was flat. Flat.
Point of order, Mr. President. It has been revised to 0.1 growth, and though small, the consecutive growth continues.
Mr. President, may I continue, sir? It was flat. The second quarter is going to be impacted by the flood, adverse weather condition. So it's anticipated that is going to be negative. Let us be clear. It has happened before. So I'm not blaming the government for the rain. I'm blaming you for wasting the debushing money. Because the contractor general said he can't find value for the money. And he has seen the flood and the damage to poor people caused by the waste of 800 million of public funds. So the people realize that they can't trust this government, that they would not use the money, they would not use the NHT money. And as Senator Skeffrey said, they took a man who worked at the JLP office to take the NHT to court, costing the NHT legal costs. And it turned out that the man who worked at the JLP headquarters wasn't paying any NHT. The man who worked at the JLP headquarters, who they took to court, wasn't paying any NHT.
On a point of
you
order.
Don't know, so
on a point of order.
Yes.
The Jamaica Labour Party did not take the NHT to court. Did not take the NHT to court. No, and so I don't know. He is misleading the House. That is my point of order.
Senator Brown. Senator Brown, be careful in terms of the statement that you're making.
Mr.
Be
President,
precise.
Mr. President, I have said nothing that you don't know to be correct, because you are on the NHT board.
No.
And you know that the man who...
No. Senator Brown.
Yeah.
Senator Brown. I don't want you to cast me under any cloud by your aspersions. Be very careful. I don't know.
All right. If you don't know, and since I have no NHT minutes here, I will accept your don't know. But what I know for a fact, you were with me on the NHT board, and we always sit beside each other. That I know, and I hope you recall that. Mr. President, let us be clear. Let us be clear. A former senator, JLP senator appointed by the then opposition leader, Bruce Golding. Right? A man who is a perennial loser. Headed an organization called CAPI. And he found a man who worked at the JLP office. That's there in affidavit. Which went to the court. That case was thrown out because the man had no locus standi. So let us be clear. So, the government, the JLP then said they were going to take the matter to court. They got cold feet because they realized even in this debate, Senator Johnson said the act was unlawful. It's there and answered. They lost. And it's not the first time, you see, Mr. President, that the Jamaica Labour Party, whether in government and otherwise, have told stories about the NHT. That is not true. I will never forget former Prime Minister Bruce Golding saying the NHT was bankrupt. And there are those who said the NHT, because of the withdrawal, was going to crash. They tried, Senator Samoda, to scare the people. And sometimes fear works. Sometimes fear works. And you tell them that you'd never use their money for budgetary support. But now the people are seeing the truth. It's the same problem the people have, Mr. President, in trusting. And again, Senator Johnson Smith raised the question of trust. In trusting this government. Because you told the people you're going to double the minimum wage. And if you double the minimum wage, you'll be in a better position, no doubt, to own a house. But where's the doubling of the minimum wage? Where is even a single cent increase of the minimum wage since January 2016 when the previous government increased it?
They haven't increased it?
No.
No, stay.
The government words cannot be trusted by the people. They told the people, no new taxes to give you 18,000 a month. Well, less than 75,000 people get the 18,000 a month. The no new taxes was a scam because the people endure and continue to suffer $30 billion in new taxes, and now you're taking away another more.
They have a name for people who are engaged in scamming, you know.
Mr. President, the people can't trust this government word. And that is why what they say in respect to this bill, in respect to this amendment of the NHT bill, that they're not going to take out the money every year. They promised the people that would be able to sleep with our doors open. And they'll tackle crime. And that under the JLP, they give a commitment that will solve the crime problem. Well, the reality is we had 1,351 murders last year. This year, we're up over 20% year to date. We have not found the crime plan that they promised us over and over. Their words cannot be trusted. Their words cannot be trusted. Mr. President, there are people sending me WhatsApp messages saying that the summer program for NYS for August have been cancelled. Yes, I've seen a text from Minister Royal Reid making promises. The words can't be trusted. And this is the problem we have with what they have said about this bill. The words can't be trusted. Can you imagine, Mr. President, that I was giving a speech here 2 Thursdays ago, and I was interrupted on a point of order when I spoke about the contract, when I quoted from the Contractor General report about finding ministers possibly being possibly mendacious. Senator Reid got up on a point of order and said the Prime Minister is going to make a statement. I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. And did you say true word, Minister? Did you say true words? Minister, did you say true word? Did she? So, she might be allergic. But the reality is, Mr. President, I wish to make a call. I wish to make a call, since my speech was interrupted then, for Senator Reid to ask the Prime Minister to make the statement about the 800 million bushing thing in respect to the damning report of the Contractor General. The problem with this bill is that people can't trust this government. Mr. President, some time ago I raised an issue inside here about a person who was convicted for breach of the Contractor General's Act, but still sits on government board. The press reported, the Gleaner reported, Senator Reid as saying he will raise the matter in cabinet and hopefully we'll get a response. That response has still not come. We expect the government to be talking, but it's silence, except for one who used $8.34 million on his telephone bill. I wish him to lend the Prime Minister his phone so the Prime Minister may talk to about the mendacious accusation against ministers, about the accusation that ministers are mendacious, and about the state of somebody who has been convicted for breaching the Contractor General's Act. Mr. President,
your time, sir.
Doesn't matter. Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
The question is that the Speaker's time has expired. Request an extension so he may conclude his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minister. No, I don't intend to be much longer. I think I made the point very clearly that the citizens do. That is.
He has it already.
He's my counsel, you know. So I have to listen to him. It is clear, Mr. President, that the people does not trust this government. They breach a promise. They breach their commitment to the people. Commitment after commitment after commitment.
Before they can implement this bill.
So, we...
You can't do that all at once.
Leave the youngster now. The youngster need to be seen.
The people. The people.
Mr. President, what we're facing here is a government that is in a desperate fiscal state. A government that is in a desperate fiscal state. I'm not going to go much into this because I'm sure other people on my side will address it. But yesterday in this Senate, Senator Samuda spoke after me and he said that the government taxes was $5 billion ahead of target. Senator Samuda, that is not so. But I will leave it to Senator Golden to address that. That's not so. And what led me to understand how desperate a fiscal state they are in is that Senator Samuda said yesterday, we're not grabbing, we're not in a panic. And I showed analyst Senator Knight, having heard we're not panicking, when nobody on this side accused them of panicking, I have to ask ourselves, why is he saying we're not panicking? Then to go beyond that, Senator Johnson Smith got up to close the debate. And she said, we're not grabbing. We're not panicking. And I'm saying, why are they using the word panicking? Why are they talking about panicking? Mr. President, it's a team on this side. And we will explain to you, I am sure, as the debate goes on, why they are panicking. Why they are panicking, despite the $30 billion of new taxes on the people. Mr. President, it is that fiscal crisis that they are in, that desperate fiscal state, which has led them to raid the TEF, the betting and gaming lottery, and the civil aviation. And today, they will continue that raid with our support of the NHT. But it's interesting to note that in the 4 years when we were fixing the economy, bringing it back from the cliff that my friend Senator Webby spoke about, we never had to raid the TEF. We never had to raid civil aviation. We never had to raid betting and gaming because we managed the situation well. The Prime Minister and Dr. Peter Phillips, as the Minister of Finance, we managed well. we manage well. We have laid a solid foundation, which you know seems to be running into problem. The vaunted confidence survey, business confidence, is slipping. It's slipping. It's going in the wrong direction. Still high, yes. It's going in the wrong direction. Just as I told you last year, well, earlier this year, that the crime, no, from last year, the crime thing was going in the wrong direction. Mr. President, having spent until 10 o'clock a couple of weeks ago on the anti-crime bill, the special zone bill, I wonder if we wasted our time. The Commissioner of Police is on radio this morning saying we can't have more than 2 zones at a time. I warned you that the resources were not there. So, Senator Charles, if down where they have triple murders, no, Senator, through you, Senator Williams would know where that triple murder took place on Olympic Garden. If they have to have a zone there and the people there are calling for a zone, and they have to have one down in West, and not down in West Kingston, then maybe you're not going to get any.
According to the Commissioner of Police. According to the Commissioner of Police.
That is why we fought so hard to take it away from you, to take away operations from you, and that all the Commission and the Joint Chief of Defense Staff can make the recommendation which has to be in writing. And the Commissioner said, we do not have the resources to do more than 2. And no doubt, as part of that crime bill, we need to build houses. I wonder if you're going to be raiding the NHT to assist in that. Mr. President, while we took money from the NHT, we were confident that the NHT could withstand it. And you would be aware, Mr. President, that the recent announcement about houses are really re-announcement. I wish to share with the Senate a newspaper report dated Thursday, December 10, 2015. PM announces 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James. That's the Irwin thing that this Prime Minister has recently re-announced. Announced from a long time. Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller speaking in Balaclava in December 2015 said, is reported to have said as follows. Recently, the NHT announced plans to provide at least 9,000 housing solutions over the next 2 years. 9,000. I'm hearing about 8,000 now. In other words, we called it right that NHT could do, save the nation, assist the nation, and build houses. There's a problem, you will understand, Mr. President, of the procurement systems that slope some of the projects we want. And there's another problem. It's not that the NHT can just build. So, there's a fiscal space determined by the IMF agreement that the NHT cannot in a single year spend more than a certain amount on housing. And so serious are they that they come to the NHT and look at the books when they visit. That is the IMF. Just as we saw in the bill recently, just before us earlier. A World Bank official tells us a definition, a term to be put in the bill, an occurrence, when that is not in our best interest, as Senator Mark Golding pointed out. And we go with the World Bank, rather than look at the best interest of Jamaica. Because the World Bank don't write our legislation. It is the policy of the government that determines the words that must go in the legislation. And we shortchange the Jamaican people just now with that bill. So, Mr. President, we welcome the fact that houses are going to be built because it's a continuation of what was done and started before. The other myth that is out there is that the NHC don't build for poor people. Mr. President, you know that under the previous government, attention was paid to the inner city housing development. Inner city housing development. Inner city housing development. We know that there are problems with the inner city housing because people can't, because they don't have jobs and so forth, pay the mortgage. And we know that there was initially a subsidy by the NHT, and we are clear that there's a need to continue building, and that is what was happening when Easton Douglas was there as chairman of the board, and you, Mr. President, and I were board members. We wish that those programs will continue, but we also recognize certain objective realities about the costs of building a house and the search for new solutions, housing solutions that will reduce the cost of housing. But let it not be said that the NHT has not been serving its purpose. One of the realities is that a lot of people can't afford the houses. The NHT give grants, you know, that you don't have to pay back. More would love to be done. But let us be clear. By allowing the government to tax less, the NHT, while being strong, being viable, is serving this nation. What I hope is that the government doesn't get greedy and want to raid more than this bill. I hope they don't come back with a bill beyond this. We, our government, had not planned to go back to the NHT. What caused you to go back to the NHT is that ill-conceived tax package, so-called 18,000. It got your votes, but it is wrecking our economy. Ask the PIOJ. Don't want any political spin doctors to tell me that. Ask the technocrats who have come to this parliament and said that the majority of people are worse off. You told us you would not bring any new taxes. You did not tell us the truth. And so while I will vote for this bill because I love my country, I'm not doing so because I trust your words. Because your words are like bounce checks. Your words are like those who run up $8.34 million in phone bill and made no effort while the monthly payment was being made to ask, how much is my bill? This bill, I hope, will get a management that is more prudent than the one we have at Finance now. Mr. President, there was a time when the Prime Minister told us he would have given job description to every minister. That hasn't been done. Another word of the government you can't trust. There was a time when the Prime Minister was quick in opposition to fire every government minister. Fire Fenton Ferguson, fire Arnold Brown, fire Wickham McNeil. Mr. President, I support the bill, but I hope the Prime Minister will reassign those who run up the phone bill. May it please you.
Senator Sinclair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to this debate on this bill entitled the National Housing Trust Amendment Special Provisions Act of 2017. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons informs us that the purpose of this bill is to legislate the decision by this administration to maintain the National Housing Trust providing budgetary financing of $11.4 billion to support the government's budget for this fiscal year 2017 18, and for the measure to continue for 4 years. Mr. President, the operative word in that description is maintain, as this bill, as has been said earlier, mirrors what was done by the previous administration to draw $11.4 billion yearly for 4 years from the surplus funds of the NHT for budgetary support. In piloting the bill in the lower house, the Minister of Finance stated clearly that the action was one which there was some reluctance in doing, but it was the best alternative at the time, as the other measures such as borrowing, taxation, cutting expenditure would not be for the best interest of this country and for the citizens. But relying on the surplus funds is consistent with the principles of fiscal responsibility and debt reduction, principles endorsed across the administrations in the context of not only existing IMF constraints, but good governance. Mr. President, yesterday, the Senate passed 3 companion bills by which revenues of 3 public bodies would go to the consolidated fund in order to carry through in a more fiscally responsible way the various expenditures and programs, including those of the said public bodies in the interests of the Jamaican people. It has been reported, Mr. President, that public bodies in Jamaica hold surplus funds in excess of $200 billion in various accounts, while programs of the government would have to be funded through other means or remain stalled due to lack of funds. In my humble opinion, I am saying that that doesn't make for good fiscal management, and I support the position of the Minister and this administration that a comprehensive review must be done to ensure greater effectiveness and efficiency in the use of those funds. So, Mr. President, the Carmel Regional Hospital in Western Jamaica has been experiencing severe challenges. And instead of it being a place where the sick is treated, it itself is in need of treatment. Treatment that, based on reports, will cost in excess of $1 billion. Mr. President, why should the government have to source and possibly borrow monies at commercial interest rates to do repairs while public bodies have sufficient funds locked away in silos that are available to implement the needed repairs? In this particular case, where there is need for budgetary support which will be beneficial to all Jamaicans, I personally see nothing wrong in the government leveraging the surplus funds of the NHE for that purpose. You know, Mr. President, I came here expecting to hear the comments from Senator Brown and other members from that side criticizing, because it has been said in other public forum that, and I expected the use of the term hypocrisy, and it did come across. It did come across. But, you know, my response to those, and I will repeat what was said by the Honourable Prime Minister, because those comments resonated. And I quote, "I don't mind if you win a political battle to say, well, he broke his promise, or well, you can't trust, or whatever you want to win in this political battle. Fine, go ahead and win it. The battle I want to win is to know that Project Jamaica is still viable." So, Mr. President, if that is what it is, that is what it is. So they are going to use the terms as they have used, hypocrisy and so forth. I am saying, if we can say it is maturity, it is appreciating the circumstances existing at a time, we must ensure that Project Jamaica is viable. Mr. President, in resolving Jamaica's economic problems, this administration is on the right path. Business and consumer confidence is up, and revenue data shows us as being $5 billion ahead of target up to June of 2017. And more importantly, Mr. President, the economy is growing. This administration will not make decisions merely to avoid political commentary and gimmickry. As the Honourable former Prime Minister Edward Philip George Seaga said, a man got to do what a man got to do. And when forced with this situation, it is similar to what was said by the Honourable Peter Phillips, as he then was. We will have to do what we have to do to enable the drawdown. So, it is maturity, it's appreciating a situation, and it's doing what is necessary in the best interest of Jamaica. I will tell you why, I will tell you in a moment, Dr. Senator, why it is that there's a little difference between how you are going about it. And Senator Brown spoke to it, but I'll get to that in a moment. Mr. President, it must be noted that the sum to be taken from the NHT surplus under this bill on a yearly basis does not exceed that which was taken in the previous administration, in the period over which, yes. It must be further noted that the Honourable Minister of Finance has stated, and I quote, and I want to give to this Honourable House and the country the assurance that to the extent that the revenue is ahead, if we don't have to draw down the funds from the NHT, we will not draw down the funds. You know, and you will have the Parliament here that you can come and raise those issues. But I will take the word of the Honourable Minister at this point. Mr. President, this administration came out clearly and stated to the country its intent to adopt this approach and its reasons for so doing. And it has brought the required bill to Parliament to be debated by the people's elected representatives. And it afforded, through that means, Senator Brown to take an hour and a half in his presentation today. The previous administration, and when I listen to you, Senator Brown, when I listen to you, because you said the government came and had a discussion with the board of the NHT. And the administration at that time only came to Parliament after a private citizen took out a lawsuit in the Supreme Court against the government, and there was public outcry.
Mr. President, a point of order.
State the point of order, please.
The member is misleading the Senate. The debate in the Senate took place on March 8th. The lawsuit came subsequent to that.
Very well. The public outcry. I will be guided by you. I will be guided by you. I will be guided by you. It is, Mr. President, it is in that context that the Jamaica Labour Party opposition expressed its criticism of the action of the government of the day. It must be noted that even as expressed by the leader of the opposition, Andrew Holness, at the time, he acted in a responsible way, and the amendment was approved. The amendments were approved. But you know, Mr. President, yesterday there were some comments, and from that side, and I made a note that it's persons, Senator Brown included, and I believe Senator Morris, that spoke to the need for consultation in respect to stakeholder consultation and to involve the people, let the people be part of the decision making. Those were the comments that were made yesterday. Yes. Mr. President, when I look at what was done in a particular issue that touched upon the outer many buyout and the outer many scandal, Mr. President, where were those who called for consultation in the use of public funds? Where were they? Where were they? I have heard the commentary. I have heard the commentary of Senator Sophia Longmore when it says that when we wonder where is the halo, how you described it, the halo. Mr. President, in that matter of the outer many, one would ask, where was the conscience of those who now sit in this chamber and ask for stakeholder consultation in the use of dedicated funds? Did they see consultation then? Mr. President, the Auditor General's Department says the NHT purchase of the outer many property in 2013 was a buyout of a bad debt owed by the owner of the property. And we heard the commentary that touched upon the FinSAC issue. And some persons seem to have gotten that benefit, but others throughout Jamaica did not, because we heard that even when applications were made by persons to see if they could get a buyback, that was not, opportunity was not afforded to many of them. And we have been told that the records indicate that there were persons who committed suicide at that time. Mr. President, it is reported that NHT received a letter in November of 2012 bringing the owner's indebtedness to the NHT. By December of 2012, the NHT board approved the purchase, expending over $180 million. This approval was given in spite of the trust the NHT Construction and Development Unit advising that the property does not appear to facilitate the NHT's mandate for affordable housing solutions. The NHT went beyond that at that time, Mr. President, in that they incurred another $28 million for salary and other related expenses. The Auditor General confirms that in undertaking this expenditure, which included the hiring of a park manager at an annual salary of $4.8 million annually, breached the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act. The report of the Auditor General, confirmed that the engagement and payment of salaries to the several persons were not approved by the Finance Ministry. This is the same, these persons, and I speak specifically to Senator Brown, because he was there, dedicated funds being used for a particular reason which does not fit within the mandate and which breached relevant legislation. Mr. President, that at least has a public benefit. It has a public benefit. It has a public benefit. Outer many, based on the reports that we have, does not have that public benefit. It was for a private individual. Mr. President, this outer many saga reveals this is where the hypocrisy is, Mr. President, because I hear the term being used from that side. But this outer many saga reveals the hypocrisy that should be shunned. No consultation, a buyout of one genetically connected, disregard of the mandate of the trust, a sellout of the interests of the poor and working class. Mr. President, you know, well, it caused many. You know, if you glorified so much Senator Brown, but you know, persons in the NHT board at the time resigned.
Point of order, Mr. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. President,
State
the point of order.
State the point.
The member is misleading the House by saying people, shut your mouth and listen. Shut your mouth and listen.
Senator Brown.
Mr. President, I'm addressing you.
There's a point of order.
But I'm on a point of order too.
No, no.
No. But for a man to be observed by our young males, 4,000 who I have in prison.
Mr. President, a point of order to that speech. 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 Mr. President, point of order. I rise on a point of order.
State your point of order.
The member. Am I going to be heard in silence, sir?
Senator Brown, I'm going to ask you to state the point and consider withdrawing the comment to Senator Langmore.
Well, let me make it clear. Mr. President, if you want to take me to the committee that deal with these issues, you do. I was addressing you, and in address...
Apologize to the senator.
Senator Brown, could you address me, please?
Mr. President, let me make it clear. I am addressing you.
Stand about something.
Can you shut up that one too?
Senator Charles.
No, that is the way.
Can you shut up that one too? It's not a gender thing.
Senator Brown, can I ask you, please, to apologize or withdraw the comment?
Apologize for what, Mr. President?
Or withdraw the comment that you...
Which comment, Mr. President?
You told Senator...
Which comment?
You know the comment, Senator Langmore,
Comment,
to shut
Mr.
up
President,
her mouth.
If I am addressing you and somebody shouts something and I say shut up.
No, you said shut your mouth.
Well, what's the difference?
Shut up your mouth.
Senator Hill. Senator Hill.
Mr. President, if you wish to take me...
What's your point of order?
That the member, while I was addressing you, rose to make a statement, not a point of order. And that is the point of order I'm making.
You made a point. Thank you.
But the other one I was making is that Senator Charles Sinclair was misleading the Senate when he said that people resign from the board over the outer mini issue. It is not true, and Senator Gill, if he wishes to recall the chronology, will confirm that it is not so. And that is the point of order I'm making about the member deliberately misleading the Senate.
Thank you. And may I just, Senator Charles, please, just a second.
Apologize.
Senator Charles, I do have the floor.
Mr. President.
One second, Senator Charles. One second.
Point of order.
1 second, Senator Charles. Senator Brown, will you allow the discourtesy to Senator Langmore to stand? You will not withdraw the comment. Is that your final position?
Mr. President, I was not discourteous to her. I was giving her an instruction that while I'm addressing you, she ought to remain in silence. And that would require her closing her vocal organ. Is that acceptable? Because that's all I was saying.
Let the reg. Senator Langmore, please.
Mr. President.
Senator Charles, Senator Langmore has the floor.
Mr. President, I am demanding an apology from Senator Lambert Brown. He has, since my entrance to the Senate, been slewing insults, has been trying to suggest my persona to be flawed. I am not raising a point of order. I am demanding an apology. I am demanding an apology because I find
you have made that demand. And you've made that demand. I've allowed you to do that. Then the record will show that Senator Brown does not want to withdraw what others consider to be a discourtesy to you.
Mr. President.
Shall we continue?
Mr. Marcus, Mr. President, I've sought to clarify what I say. If these people on that side can shout and attempt to interrupt without the President raise sotto voce today, the fact that you appear to be really this side, but lax in respect to that side. And if we don't play fair, then people will have to do what got her to stop talking. So if shut your mouth, offender, I apologize.
Mr. President.
Prefer to substitute for that.
No.
Please stop talking while I'm talking.
All right, well.
Mr. President, I had raised.
Senator Charles, have a seat. Senator Brown, for the record, you're sitting on one side and your perception is your perception. Somebody else sitting on the other side might have a different perception. I sit in the middle and I do what I consider to be fair to both sides. I just want the record to reflect that. Now, can we continue the debate, please? Because the positions are clear and the records have been drawn. Senator Sinclair, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Brown.
State your point of order if you're standing on a point of order, Senator Knight. Are you standing on a point of order? Because Senator Sinclair had the floor.
Speak?
No, if you must tell me why you're speaking. Senators, I recognize Senator Sinclair. Are you standing on a point of order?
Do you want me to cite the particular section?
I'm asking you.
I've said Senator Brown.
I have not recognized you. I have not recognized you. Senator Sinclair had the floor.
No, but I'm rising on a point of order.
That's all I ask. Thank you. Then state the point of order, Senator Knight.
No,
thank you.
Please.
You did not say I rise on a point of order.
Don't shout at me.
Well, no, but you're taking me on. So please,
Senator,
just respect both sides, Senator Knight. You did not say a point of order. I simply ask you. Thank you now that you're saying it.
President,
state the point of order, please.
President, let me tell you something.
Everybody's very happy.
I'm not here to create a problem. I'm not here for that. I'm saying Senator Brown apologized. Senator Longmore demanded an apology. She got it. She got the apology. So the question really is that gracious. I'm going to resume my seat because the leader of government business doesn't understand that when she wishes to speak, she should stand. She does this over and over again. Set an example. Set an example.
Senator Sinclair, you have the floor. And I'm going to ask the senators on both sides to respect his right to speak. And those who don't want to be disturbed, please do not disperse or disturb other speakers. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, sometimes there are probably some things that persons don't wish to hear or to be reminded of. Yes. Are you accusing me? Who was that? Carry on. Mr. President, while the NHT is being relied on as is provided by this bill, the announcements and activities between March 2016 and continuing reflects an agency that delivers and provides even better housing solutions for low-income earners. Mr. President, it has been announced that 8,000 new loans at a value of 17.8 billion will be made in this financial year. There's an increase in home improvement loans to 2.5 million, and where it is a joint application, $5 million. Increase in the amount loan for the purchase of house lots to 2.5 million. 100% financing for purchase of scheme units. And Mr. President, construction of new housing solutions. Ground has been broken several areas across Jamaica, in St. James, in Friendship, in Clarendon, St. Catherine, and other areas. Mr. President, the completion of 1,682 units, in addition to those new constructions that I spoke of, at a cost of over $28 billion. Mr. President, there are interest-free loans for persons earning up to $12,000 weekly. That was announced in the budget. These are but a few of the new initiatives of this administration as we work to bring prosperity to the citizens of this country. Mr. President, the Honourable Prime Minister Andrew Holness has recommended a strategic review of the NHT to see how best it can better serve the citizens of Jamaica who need affordable housing solutions and a better way of life. An assessment was recently done by the Caribbean Policy Research Institute in 2016, and I'm certain that in respect to any strategic review, whatever the comments contained in the report assessment from Capri and others will obviously be taken into account in determining that review. So, Mr. President, in the same manner in which I support the recommendation of the Honourable Prime Minister, it is with that same zeal that I support this bill. I thank you, Mr. President.
No.
Senator Knight.
Thank you, President. Mr. President, I joined the Cabinet for the first time in February 1989. The then Prime Minister was the late, Most Honourable Michael Manley. And one of the things the then Prime Minister told the Cabinet was that we were not there to just make wholesale changes. And he became famous for articulating the thought of continuity. And what he said was, look, if there are policies and programs in place coming from the previous administration, we should not, because we were new, change those policies. We should continue them if, in our judgment, they were good. And so too should projects be continued. And it is something I have never forgotten. Because sometimes new administrations come in And the thinking is everything that was done by the previous administration should be changed, because the new position gave rise to new thinking, and everything that was before was wrong. And he said further that we should not be afraid to recognize publicly that this is a policy by the previous administration that we are continuing. This bill deals with a policy by the previous administration which is being continued. And it's only good sense to recognize that this is so. Because when we don't, what happens is that the public, they begin to label politicians in a certain way. You can't trust them. They're just playing politics. They don't have the good of the country at heart. This is what we hear from time to time. When this bill was introduced in the Senate under the previous administration, I supported it. I gave my reasons for supporting it. And I made it clear then that I was not supporting it simply as a senator on the government side. I made reference to John Stuart Mill and Jeremy Bentham, and I said this bill was being introduced for the common good. And I have not changed. I cannot change because I have a daughter who has shown some interest in the political arena.
Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
And one of the things I would not want her to do is to be able to say, Daddy, I looked at your parliamentary record and I observed that when you were on the government side, everything that the government did was good and right. And when you were on the side of the opposition, everything that the present government did, you criticized. Because that would be the wrong approach. It would be the wrong approach. And especially in the Senate. Because as a review chamber, we ought not to be as politicized as the lower house. But from time to time, I see us descending into that arena. And I don't think we should. Because I don't think our leaders expect that of us, those who are responsible for our appointments. Neither do I think that the populace expects that of us. they do understand the cut and thrust, especially in the lower house. And they understand that in debate there'll be cut and thrust in the review chamber too. But I have discovered that there are times when the thrust is vitriolic. And I must tell you, I don't like it. I don't like it. There are times when persons come into this chamber and say they are responding to a senator, and they come with a prepared text and read it word for word. How can you be responding to something someone said by coming with a prepared text, not having heard the person?
A violation of the standing order.
It's not right. And few persons are now speaking from notes. People are reading speeches. It's a breach of the standing order. I recall well, as he then was, Senator Robert Montague, speaking about it. He complained. He complained when he was in the lower house before coming to the Senate. And he complained whilst in the Senate. Persons who speak other than from notes are the ministers in presenting a bill, because they get a brief that they are to follow. And maybe, you know, if we came and spoke extemporaneously, we would not come with such vitriol. I can't, for my grandchildren, I have 3 grandchildren, 2 live in this jurisdiction. I can't, for my grandchildren, behave in such a way
Senator Knight,
that they see.
Senator Knight, with the best respect for you, which you know I have, I really like what you've just said, but in my position, I'm going to just have to ask you if you could veer back to the bill.
I'm speaking on the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can't leave a record of inconsistency based upon political expediency. I can't. And so I will be supporting this bill for the reasons articulated when I supported the first bill. I don't believe that the government would take $11.4 billion from the NHT per year for 4 years if it was not thought that it was in the interest of the Jamaican people. I don't think that would. And so, having given reasons as to why they are taking from these public bodies, including the NHT, I accept the reasons. Now, herein lies a difficulty, because sometimes reasons are given for doing things, and we trust those who give the reasons, only to find that our trust was misplaced. And so, what we need, if we are going to cause young people and others to become involved in the political process, when we are passing bills like these and we give undertakings, they are to be honored. And so, in this regard, I am predisposed to trusting the government. Suffice it to say, if there's a breach of that trust, please, if I am in a position to, and I so do, by becoming vitriolic in my comments about their breach of trust, it should be understood. It should be understood. Because in this move that we are facing here, there is going to be a downside. The downside is that some of these public bodies are not going to be able to fulfill their mandate because of lack of resources. Some of them, not all, some of them will find themselves in that difficulty. So an undertaking that the government should give is that if that which now is proposed is going to be inimical to the well-being of the particular institution, then there will be a reversal. That's a necessary undertaking, because people want to know that by taking money from the housing trust, it will not adversely affect their capacity. People want to know that by taking money from the Tourism Enhancement Fund, that it won't affect their capacity to carry out their mandate to improve the tourism product. And for the Civil Aviation Department, that we won't find ourselves in a position in which we found ourselves some years ago. For lack of resources, we were by the international, I think it's IATA. We were by IATA downgraded. Lack of resources. It wasn't a lack of will. It was a lack of resources. So, if people understand that the government will take this holistic approach and see the possible consequences and guard against any that are adverse, then I can't see why the general populace ought not to support this. I can't see. There's something that bothers me. But again, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. Because the ask is in the legislation for $11.4 billion per year for 4 years. And maybe because of some of the voices that were raised against the bill some years ago, we now hear that, well, you have my assurance that if the 11.4 is not needed in any year, then we won't take it. But let me tell you why. The opening to this bill was sparse. The opening to this bill gave little, if any, assurance or understanding of projections. Because if one can say at the very beginning that, look, if this amount is needed, we won't withdraw it. Tell me, what are the plans that have been developed to make it be that this is a belt and braces approach, but based on the plans, it is not expected that beyond year 2 or beyond year 3 there will be a need. Because you can't run the government in an ad hoc way where there aren't plans that the populace can see as to how you intend to manage the economy, that you can give an assurance about how long you think you will need this. And so at this point, I want the government, if it has not done it, to, at a later stage, bring the supporting plan to the House by way of a ministry paper to show exactly how they got to this position and how they are getting out of this position. Where are they going? So, President, I am supporting the bill. I close with an expectation which I know will be unfulfilled. And the expectation is this: that it is not just a matter of maturity, Senator Williams, but that the government recognizes that when the then opposition was in government, that the path on which it had embarked, was the right one. That is how you become trustworthy. That is how people begin to see that there can be collaboration, cooperation between the two sides for the good, the common good. If I should embark on a mission in the September of my years, it would be a mission to return the confidence that people once had in governments, in political parties, and in politicians. Because growing up, I had that confidence. Growing up. This is an opportunity either to start that process or to continue it in earnest. But if we are going to be in a situation where reason departs and people simply say, when them in government, them do the same thing. When them out of government, them criticize. The trust that is necessary is not going to be there and the progress that that trust can cause is going to be lost, because we know we should do it, but we have left undone those things which we ought to have done.
That sounded very much like bipartisan applause to me, Senator Samuda.
Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to support the bill before us. I am reminded of a particular speech, one that perhaps didn't win us any political stripes or power, certainly no votes, but was an honest representation, I think, from our Prime Minister now, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness. It was an acknowledgement in 2011 in Mandeville, when he called the election date, that bitter medicine was required to fix the country's ills. It certainly was proven true that tough steps had to be taken. I certainly don't envy the members on your side that had to consider this as an initial option. And I certainly don't envy the cabinet having to have made the same decision 4 years or 3 years later. But it is a decision that we've all accepted had to be made. It is a decision between adding $11.4 billion of revenue measures to the backs of the Jamaican people, or using available funds that have been proven to not compromise the financial viability of the fund. Mr. President, the bill has my support, but it also has my acknowledgement that the reason we are discussing a bill like this today, as opposed to how better we can use $11.4 billion to trigger economic growth, to provide housing, to certainly provide the types of jobs for those who perhaps don't meet the qualifications for others in the construction sector. We have to be discussing it as a revenue measure. And that is because, Mr. President, of the ugly face of the debt which faces this country. That face of the debt that faces this country is visible everywhere you turn in Jamaica. You see it with our weak ability to provide social services. We see it in the fragility of our national infrastructure. We are so at risk to all external shocks, whether acts of God or acts of man, that anytime there are clouds in the sky, we just hope that we get just enough rain for the agricultural products, but not enough to further deepen potholes or overflow drains. But, Mr. President, this measure was taken or was used and is to be used to continue the policy of reducing the nation's debt. And as such, we all in this House must support it, because we've all accepted that the debt levels are far too high. But I build my trust in what has been said as I mentioned, coming from the speech of the Prime Minister in 2011. It was an acknowledgement that there were challenging times ahead and that difficult decisions had to be made. Now, many options present themselves. This was the one that was chosen. It is from that trust, however, that I mentioned, that I trust the Prime Minister and I trust the Minister of Finance when they say that if we don't need it, we won't pull it. And it is also noteworthy at this point that from your presentation, Senator Brown, and I made sure that I checked again, because no need for inaccuracies, certainly no intention to mislead the House. But I've checked with Statin, with the Ministry of Finance, and we are $5 billion ahead in tax revenues as at the end of June. That is a fact. All right? And it is from that $5 billion ahead, we were able to announce this week that we'd be able to allocate $2.5 billion to the national security effort, which is to be commended, Mr. President. But we debated some companion legislation yesterday, which is not irrelated to the discussion today. As I stated yesterday, and I firmly stand behind, I'm not generally in support of funds here, funds there. Whereas I accept why they were created, I do not believe that not using your central treasury management is the right way to go. So I supported those bills yesterday for the same reason, the same underlying reason that I support this bill today, which is that better treasury management, better fiscal management, better macroeconomic result. I'll come into that. It is because, Mr. President, that I acknowledge the concept of fungibility of money. The concept where resource allocation to any area of government or private sector is capable of interchangeability or mutual substitution, Mr. President. That is very much the case here. We are using the money to benefit the people of Jamaica. It is in that context that I agree with a point made in the lower house by Central Kingston MP. He opined that this withdrawal from the NHT, though not directly related, should be received as part of a national push to expand social programs, indeed part of the push to assist the national security enterprise while promoting safety and security. And because of the concept of fungibility of money, this can be considered as such. So he is correct. This is the right step at this juncture, Mr. President. It is against the backdrop that the right fiscal decisions and policies are being used and implemented by this government. It is against the backdrop that we are performing credibly. It is against the backdrop that all of the statistics that one would use to judge your macroeconomic environment are very much strong. It is against the backdrop that the announcements from the Prime Minister, it is against the backdrop that the announcement from the Prime Minister for the houses that are being built by the NHT give hope to Jamaicans that they can realize their dream, that they can indeed own a piece of the rock. It shows, Mr. President, these announcements, that we are serious about a particular element of the national policy on poverty, on poverty reduction. That the thematic area 5 and objective 5, which speaks to strengthening basic social and physical infrastructure, goes on to explain the need to provide solid housing to Jamaicans. Now, boy, I don't know if we should discuss Operation Pride. However, I will stand here and say, Senator Morris, that no one would stand and say that neither side provided housing for Jamaicans. That's not what I'm trying to suggest. All I'm saying, I'm heartened by the increased rate of provision and the hope it is giving to Jamaicans, because more people will be able to get housing because of the increased rate faster, Senator Morris. I'm not disputing the PNP's management of the NHT. That's not the intention. But, Mr. President, as I prepare to close, I've taken what Senator Knight has said, and I feel it important to state that, I think I've probably had, certainly in this Senate, more heated exchanges with Senator Brown than anyone else, I would believe. And the perception, well, not keeping count, but I believe I may have had more. We wouldn't want the perception outside of this House to be that when we step into the hallways, we're shouting or pointing at each other. We certainly don't have, I don't believe, an adversarial relationship, Senator Brown. But I think the comments earlier were unnecessary. You say you've apologized. I didn't quite accept it as an apology. But, Senator Brown, I think for good order at an appropriate time, whether in the House or outside, a proper apology would be appreciated. And it is from the background that we don't have an adversarial relationship that I put that forward to you. But, Mr. President, in closing, I support the bill. I support the decisions of the government. I believe in collective responsibility. We have to live with our support, and I certainly can live with mine.
Thank you, Senator Samuda. Senator Golding.
Thank you. 10-4, Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. President, it's not surprising that the discussion and debate on this particular bill has had some warmer moments than perhaps all of us would like. Because the truth is that there's a simple fact at play here. And the simple fact is that in 2013, when the predecessor of this bill, which is basically an identical term, same as the date, was brought to Parliament and was brought to the Senate at a time when Jamaica faced a severe fiscal and debt crisis, which warranted and necessitated, for the common good, in Bentham terms, as described by Senator Knight, required a national consensus and response that accepted that this was a necessary measure. It was not forthcoming. The opposition uniformly, save and except for Senator Cavan Gale in the Senate, opposed the measure, called for a divide, voted against it, claimed it was illegal, some of them, and so on and so forth. Furthermore, a Jamaica Labour Party activist, operative, acting through an NGO, brought proceedings to challenge the legality of the legislation, the exact replica of which is before us now. And the courts upheld the lawfulness of the legislation. And I, for one, had predicted in my contribution to the debate on this bill then that this was a lawful measure. Indeed, I would not have been a party to it if I had not been convinced that it was such. And subsequent to 2013, on the political hustings, commitments have been given and repeated by the then opposition Jamaica Labour Party that they would never withdraw funds from the NHT for budgetary purposes, and they used every opportunity to castigate the People's National Party government for doing so. The thing comes full circle. Here we are, debating a bill brought by the Jamaica Labour Party government to extract, grab, distribute, take, whatever verb you choose, $11.4 billion, exact same amount, is provided for in this bill for 4 years, the exact same period as existed in the predecessor legislation. So there's a huge double standard, quite evident before us today, and no amount of vitriol or red herrings will get away from that. For our part, we didn't want to have to take money out of the NHT, but the necessity of running a huge primary surplus to pay down the country's debt and get the public finances on a sustainable footing meant that those resources had to be found, and those resources could be found in the NHT. We got an independent professional assessment done at the time to ensure that the NHT's operations would not be compromised if those funds were taken over that 4-year period. I don't know if that has been done again, we haven't heard of it. But that report substantiated that the money could be taken out of NHT without compromising the viability and sustained operations of the NHT. And legislation was drafted as was necessary to enable the funds to be taken, and has been copied almost verbatim in this bill that is before us now. So we realize that Jamaica is not yet out of the wilderness in terms of its public finances. The situation remains delicate. Poor management and poor policies can easily derail us. We are appreciative of the continuity that has been shown by the current government in the sensible policies that we adopted and pursued in our stint in office 4 years before. And anything that is going to enhance Jamaica's ability to get through these problems and these challenges will be supported by us, because we are a national party that believes in the Jamaican people and wants to build a bright future for the Jamaican people. That's what we are about. That's why we're here. So it gives us no joy to see that the government finds it necessary to extend another 4 years of distributions out of the fund of up to $11.4 billion a year, because that's really not what the National Housing Trust Fund is established for. But the legislation will make it lawful, and the government is convinced that it's necessary, otherwise they wouldn't be bringing this legislation. So clearly their plans and their projections indicate that there's a good chance that this would be needed. And we're not going to second guess that. If it's in the national interest, we will support it, even though they weren't big enough to do the same when the shoe was on the other foot. You know, speaking for myself, I'm really anxious to see the growth of which so much is spoken, and there's so much hype around it. The prosperity slogan, etc. I want to see it happen. I sacrificed 4 years of very hard work to support the government's program to achieve the sustainable position that we left office in. And we left office in circumstances where all the macroeconomic measures were sound, whether it be the trending of the debt to GDP ratio, whether it be inflation, whether it be the balance of payments, whether it be the reserves, etc. We had 8 or 9, I think, quarters of positive growth, and the government assumed office with a nice platform, not an easy wicket to bat on, because, as I've said, Jamaica is not out of the woods, but the thing was set in the right direction through hard work and sacrifices of the Jamaican people. And the political capital of the government of the day was expended in ensuring that we did the right thing. So I don't want to see all that effort wasted. I want to see Jamaica flourish. I want to see high levels of growth. I want to see prosperity achieved for our people. Having said that, I do have some concerns about what's happening. This calendar year, the first quarter, saw flat, virtually no growth. In fact, the numbers as originally published said 0 growth. First time in over 2 years that we saw no growth. Senator Samuda has quickly jumped up today and said, no, those numbers have been revised. It's 0.1%. Congratulations. But the truth is that the projections for the last fiscal year were to have 1.6% growth, and those were not achieved. And we ended up with 1.1% growth. And the first calendar quarter of this calendar year had little or no growth. And the second calendar quarter just ended. We don't know what the outcome will be, but as has been said, I think by Senator Brown, the weather was not kind to us, and there was plenty of disruption of agriculture, losses in agriculture, infrastructure damage, etc., etc. So the conditions in the second quarter were difficult. So we aren't yet seeing this growth explosion, and we're anxious to see it happen. We want to see it happen. But you know, I want to make 2 points about the tax situation that we're in. The first of which is to say this. This bill is going to allow the government to extract $11.4 billion from the National Housing Trust for budget support for the next 4 years, each of the next 4 years. And the truth is that we raised $16 billion of taxes for this current year's budget so as to give a tax break for everybody who's earning over $1 million a year so that they don't pay income tax on the next $500,000 of their income over $1 million. That was a choice that the government made for political reasons, having given a promise that they felt politically they had to keep, albeit that they didn't keep it in the way in which it was originally articulated. Because originally, it was supposed to be found from savings and other miraculous sources and would not have cost any additional taxes to finance. That was, of course, nonsense. And it has cost $30 billion a year to finance that 1.5 tax break. But the point needs to be understood that for this current fiscal year, a choice was made to give a further tax break for persons earning over $1 million so that the next $500,000 on top of $1 million of tax of income is not taxed. It costs $16 billion of other taxes to pay for that. And if we hadn't allocated that $16 billion of taxes to do that, we wouldn't need to take this money out of the National Housing Trust. So that's another wrinkle to this thing, which might leave a bad taste in the public's mouth in terms of the poor public policy underlying some of these broken commitments and political decisions. The other point I want to make about the tax situation is as follows. Senator Samuda, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service publishes its revenue and expenditure outturn. And the most recently published data was published on June the 30th, 2017, and shows the outturn for the first 2 months of the fiscal year, April and May. And what it shows is a bit worrying for me because tax revenues are actually below budget. by some $91 million, or 0.1%, roughly the same, the exact same percentage that you say the economy happened to grow in the first quarter of the calendar year. The budgeted tax revenue was $68,647,000, and that's $68,647,000,000, and that was not achieved. We came out at $68,556,000. So we haven't met that target. We're below that target. The overall revenue and grants number did exceed what was budgeted by $5.7 billion, but not taxes. And that non-tax revenue of $6.2 billion, which is substantially ahead of budget, requires some further analysis, because it's not tax revenue that has funded that surplus. I gather that there's a substantial capital distribution that was made from a public body, which contributed the preponderance of that non-tax revenue. And one has to ask the question, actually, you know, which public body was it, if that's so? We don't know, we haven't been told. But you know, it's not good to distort the truth about the numbers. We have a flat performance this fiscal year so far in terms of tax revenue relative to budget. We're actually below it. There are some taxes which are marginally ahead, and there are some which are down. Income tax and profits is down $1.16 billion below what was budgeted for the first 2 months. Consumption taxes are up, but by a significantly lesser sum, $893 million. So net of all of these things, tax revenue is actually below, fiscal year to date, below what was budgeted by 0.1%. So, you know, before we start trumpeting fiscal performance, we need to be mindful that there are headwinds, that this year has not been an easy year for Jamaica so far. We had a flat first quarter of the year, and I'm talking about the calendar year. The second quarter was difficult, we know, because of weather conditions and damage to infrastructure, flood-related damage. The fiscal year's first 2 months have been disappointing in the sense that the tax revenue is slightly less than what was budgeted, albeit that the grants, revenue and grants number is ahead because of the non-tax revenue. And as I've said, a good chunk of that is simply moving money across the public sector from a public body to the central coffers. So I wish to close by reiterating the point that we want to see the economy grow. We work hard to build a platform. We work hard to build a platform for growth. We were pleased to have achieved 9 consecutive quarters of positive growth. And we were glad to see that that continued in 2016. We were disappointed when it stopped in 2017. And we're hoping that in the rest of 2017 we'll see a resumption of the growth pattern that we had established and that you inherited. Some of what we've done in the last 2 days could mean more austerity, the taking of funds out of earmarked programs and bringing them into the central coffers will only not result in a contraction in the activities of those bodies, and those very important activities if those funds are replaced dollar for dollar through the budget. And that remains to be seen. Words have been expressed, but there's no real guarantee that that will be done. So to the extent that those funds are not adequately replenished, as Senator Knight said, those important bodies, the TEF, the Civil Aviation, and indeed the Chase Fund, will be unable to carry out their mandate as effectively as they had been before. As regards the NHT, one hopes that an independent analysis has been done that indicates that these resources will not compromise the ability of the NHT to pursue it and implement its own mandate. When we implemented this legislation back in 2013, we got an independent, internationally respected firm of accountants to analyze the data and the financials, and they were able to give us that assurance. And that is the basis upon which we were able to proceed, having consulted with the NHT's board to explain the necessity for what we were doing. And indeed, it was no doubt because of the understanding that he had of the situation facing the nation that the then opposition Senator, Cavan Gale, felt the necessity to depart from the aberrant ways of his colleagues and not vote against this legislation that we will be supporting today in the national interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Golding. Senator Morrison.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, colleagues, in consideration of the objectives, I rise to give my full support to this bill. We are familiar with the provisions which guided the constitution of the National Housing Trust, which is to provide housing primarily to the people of Jamaica who are contributors to the trust at a cost-effective rate. This, of course, will aid in breaking the cycle of poverty by enabling individuals with the independence, stability, and dignity of saying, this is my house, this is my home. And indeed, I believe that this dream is the priority of most Jamaicans. The NHT seeks to uphold the integrity of its core values and continues to play a tremendous role in nation building. Mr. President, the vision of this government is in sync with the mandate of the NHT and also with the ambition of the people to own their homes. And so, this government is not celebrating this transaction. This is not what we want to do. Our economy, after 55 years of independence, should have been self-reliant. We are today, the conversation in this Senate should have been remarkably different. And so, colleagues, let us not forget what caused us as a nation to be in this position. Let us not forget who presided over 24 years of mismanagement, lack of transparency, lack of accountability, exuberant excesses. Let's not forget the strain of corruption within public bodies. Let us not forget when the economy struggled, causing us to approach the NHT in the interest of the taxpayers. In this matter, Mr. President, we are not governed by a wanton desire to pull funds because legislation makes it lawful. We are doing so at this time only because it is expedient. This must not become a feature of how we govern ourselves. So, when we admonished, take your fingers off the people's money. Take your sticky fingers off the people's money, the taxpayers' money. We were not wrong. When we said, do not touch the people's money, we were not wrong. Why? 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 When we check the track record, when we check the track record of the then government, when we check how public funds were being mismanaged without fear of sanction, when we consider the headlines that read, cost overrun, sweetheart deal, cronyism, millions of dollars worth of youthful exuberance, out of concern for the hard-earned taxpayers' money, we said no. When we considered, what's it, Operation Pride? When we considered the outer many conundrum, we said, no touch it. No, no, no. We had more than 1 million reasons as a responsible opposition to say no. Why? Why, Senator Charles? Why? Why did we say no? And I can answer why we said no with a line from a popular entertainer, Mavado. Adjust to how you move. Yeah. Adjust to how you move. You collect the tax money and you're gone pan cruise. Wow. So it's not that we were not guided by the interest of the Jamaican people. And Senator Brown makes strong reference. Senator Sinclair. Senator Brown makes strong reference throughout this debate. Yesterday, Senator Sinclair, last week, to the $8.3 million. The $8.34 million, as well he should and as well he can. But what he's failing to mention is how our responsible government took active steps to address the matter. It did not fade away in silence. It did not become a 9-day wonder. But since we're talking about 8.34, I want to remind him that when we think about outer many, 8.34 goes into 180 million, approximately 22.5 million times. When we remember, let's do the maths. 22.5.
It's a little typo.
When we remember Operation Pride, the 8 million goes into 5.5 billion. 5.5 billion. Over 687.5 million times. So don't come here. So, Mr. President, we are not going to allow you to come here with your halo and your wings, pretending as if, we were here managing the economy so well. We are not going to have it. We are not going to allow you to bully us with your notions of being sanctimonious. Don't come with your halo when this Jamaican economy has experienced your fork, your tail, and your horn. Don't come with it. And Mr. President, I can put this very simple analogy, too simple analogy to the people of Jamaica.
Tell us, Senator.
One analogy. Sometimes you have money somewhere, invested somewhere, and you have a plan for that money. And you said, this money is to use for this particular purpose. I'm going to use this money to add onto my house. But then something pressing, urgent comes up. And you say, you know what? This is not my intention, but I'm going to use this money. And your friend may say to you, then hold on. No, you say you never did got touch that money. How come you touch that money? You are now able to tell your friend, no, I am still on track. It is still my intention to do so. But at this time, it was expedient for me to have made that decision. And sometimes, Senator Charles, I'll use another analogy. Sometimes a mother will have 2 children. And the 2 children come to you, I want $500. The mother sometimes knows that when I give this particular child $500, him just going by sweetie and squander it with him friends. But then there's another child who the mother knows will be responsible. And that's the difference here. The intention, our intention, Mr. President, is very different. In this matter, the government submits that there's nothing adverse in this decision. There is no sweetheart deal. There'll be no cost overrun. There'll be no recklessness. There is no private interest and partial affection in this matter.
There is transparency.
There is transparency in this matter. And we are governed by expediency in the interest of the Jamaican people. Mr. President, the way forward will see this government addressing the deep-seated problems that caused us to borrow in the first place. And in this case, pull from the NHT. Mr. President, we are an ambitious government. We are an ambitious government who anticipates an economy that is robust, strengthened by production and investment, and bolstered by citizens who are confident that their country is the best place to work, raise family, and do business, Mr. President. I believe that Jamaicans will be satisfied to learn that pulling from the NHT will not be for some dubious, trivial, fanciful, politically motivated scheme, but a bold move to relieve. And I think we need to find out why is it that more money from that bushing went to your areas.
Why did more go there?
Mr. President, the time being 4:20, might standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 in order to complete the business of the day. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. President, in consideration of its intent and purposes, I call this a judicious and conscientious transaction. Mr. President, I must speak of former Prime Minister Michael Manley, who was a pioneer for the NHT and who sought, don't get excited yet, and who sought to provide housing solution. Mr. President, the generation, their generation, Mr. President, with scandalous imbroglio such as Operation Pride and out many, they ended up undermining Michael Manley's vision. Your pioneer must be turning in his grave, and we say shame.
Shame.
But Mr. President, the late Prime Minister Michael Manley would be happy to know that this administration, led by the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, is ensuring that the people of Jamaica has access to housing. There is hope for affordable housing at low interest and competitive mortgage. Jamaicans want house. And the people are saying, Jamaicans are saying, that it is so easy for the trust to withdraw the contribution, but so hard for them to get the benefit. And some Jamaicans question how it is that millions can be taken from the trust, but their request is turned down. This Andrew Holness-led administration is saying that those days are over. This government is carrying the dream of making it possible for every Jamaican to own his home. Speakers before me have spoken about the benefits that qualified contributors will now enjoy through the NHT. The Trust Housing Program for the 2017-2018 financial year will see the NHT commence construction of almost 6,000 housing units across Jamaica. Ground has been broken for approximately 3,000 solutions to date. For the 2017-2018 financial year, the NHT plans to write approximately 8,500 new loans at a value of 17.5 billion. Mr. President, huge projects are underway, many in the pipeline, and many are being assessed. His Worship the Mayor is so proud. Vineyard Town, Majestic Gardens, Mayfield Park, Arnold Road, White Wing, Mona Commons, Rasta City. These are a few of the inner city solutions that are among the thousands of solutions that are expected to transform the island. You know, Senator Samuda, in Jamaican parlance, we would probably say, we say house. And never before has a government made we say hope and we say house. Never before has a government made income earning compatible with home ownership. You know, one blogger wrote.
Doctor, that one is above you.
One blogger wrote, I love what is happening with the government. What a government suite. That is prosperity. Listen, some people are not happy because last year, what date was it? February what? 25th, 2016. Yes, when the people of Jamaica, we talk about progress and prosperity, but what was the song that was done last year? Where you go? Say me no in a nothing with you. Where you go? If you're not, that song go. If you're not showing up progress, we thank the people of Jamaica for their faith and confidence in us. And we will not be scared. We will not become undaunted by the naysayers. While we have political freedom, we want to enjoy greater levels of economic independence. We are tackling crime. We are seeking to improve the justice system. We are providing housing, opportunity, productivity, and employment. And more. This government is empowering our youths to learn, earn, give back, and save. So yes, Mr. President, we face daunting challenges, and we are confronting them. But I also say to the people of Jamaica, in consideration of the Prime Minister's plans for all Jamaicans, the best is yet to come.
You start having hope
we,
yourself.
Mr. President, my colleagues, we will manage our debt and grow the economy. I support this bill. So please do, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Morrison. Minister, I believe it's you.
Mr. President, we have come to that time where the debate is to be closed. It's been a long day, and I think I will just ask for second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2 and 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill having passed committee stage without amendment.
Mr. President, might the bill be read a third time?
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Trust Act read a third time and passed.
Mr. President, Just before I move the motion for adjournment, I just wish to say that we had some unfortunate moments today. We've had some unfortunate moments in this Senate. Today, I think we had another such experience. And I really do think there is no way, in fact, that I could allow the sitting to close without calling for greater respect between members. And in particular, I really want to ask the male members of the House to be respectful when addressing female members of the House. Yes. No. I have not heard any female members throwing any epithets or any unparliamentary language across the floor. So I'm calling on male members. I think the disrespect, Mr. President,
Can we just allow the...
Mr. President, I will not normalize...
On a point of, I don't know what this procedure is. You know, we can reopen the heated moments of the past if you wish, because it's going to warrant a response. And I don't think it's taking us any further. And the truth is that there's blame on both sides with these cascasses. Certain speakers on our side get constant interruptions and running chatter from several of their persons on that side. It's almost like certain people on this side are targeted for that. It is hardly surprising that occasionally some heated words are expressed. So if we want to improve the conduct, if we want to improve the conduct in this place and move it forward, then there needs to be some respect from both sides towards the persons who are speaking on their feet. And it's not a gender issue.
Mr. President, and I won't prolong this point. I call on members to be more respectful of each other, but I also call specifically in respect of male members and how they refer to female members of the House. Because it is important and these things should not be normalized, and it shouldn't be okay, and it shouldn't be just brushed aside as being a part of the discourse. There is cut and thrust, and there is disrespect. And I, for one, could not hold the office which I hold in this Parliament and not bring attention to it. I've been a victim of it, and I can't now not stand with my colleague when she is put at the other end of it. So, Mr. President, I hope...
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order.
I hope merely...
I thought the word she, when it applied to a female senator, was unparliamentary. I've been called on several times that I said she.
This is not a point of order,
So,
Mr. President. Please.
So I'm raising it that if she's allowed by a female member to be used, I can't see why I should be called when I describe, use the pronoun she. And it strikes me that there's double standard in this House.
Senator Brown, yeah. Please. Senator, please. Listen. I am seeing where this is going. And there are other ways that this can be dealt with. And I'm suggesting this evening is not the medium. There are some things that I saw today. That I do not support and do not expect in this Parliament. And I believe sincerely that it ought to be addressed. Minister.
Mr. President, this is not intended to do any further business today. I ask that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The question is for the Senate to be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Senate is adjourned.
as an inner city youth, I'm a duty to know my rights. Not because you see me on the corner, you are going to abuse me.
I have a life to live. I deserve to be heard and respected. But know my rights. Do you? Know your laws. Know your rights. Respect you.
Step into a world of mystique, timeless symbols, and ancient people.
Every 9 years, the Minoans made sacrifice to the Minotaur.
Discover a world of magnificent beasts and the world's ultimate predators. Let's learn about these ancient worlds and magnificent creatures on Wonderful World, right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Motorists, know your rights as road users. If you're stopped by the police in a road check, the police have the right to ask for your driver's license and vehicle documents. If you don't have the documents on you, you can ask for 5 days to provide them at a convenient police station. If you don't have vehicle insurance, you can be prosecuted and face the court. If you fail to renew the registration license, the police are entitled to seize your vehicle. If the police wish to search your vehicle, they should tell you the reasonable grounds for wanting the search. If you are given a ticket, sign it only if you plan to pay the fine and not contest the charge in court. And please be reminded, children under 18 years must wear a seatbelt, even if they are seated in the back. Know your rights. Knowledge of the traffic road code makes it easier to work with the police as they do their job to make the roads safer for you and everyone else.
Thundering across the stars to save the universe from the monster minds. Jace searches for his father to unite the magic root and lead his Lightning League to victory over the changing form of Sawboss. Wheeled warriors explode into battle. Lightning strikes.
There's a power that comes from deep inside of you. Since every day reaching toward the light. And you know there's a long way ahead of you. But when your wheels get you there, things will turn out right. Just keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire is on. We're warriors. The battleground's burning, our wheels moving. We're warriors. Come take a chance, keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire is on. We're warriors. The battleground's burning, our wheels moving. We're warriors. We're warriors.
Go after him. Get that root. It's the only thing that can stop us. Get that root he's got around his neck.
Gillian, the vines are climbing higher onto our wall of light.
It's powered by the sun, and they're blocking it. It can't survive much longer.
Then please, Hurry with the vehicles. We have to be ready when Father finally comes to lead us out of here.
We might have to leave before that, Jace.
No! Flora? Any sign of Father?
Don't you think I'd tell you? All right. I won't be nasty, but I wish Jace wouldn't treat me like I was a nerd. He's coming. Oom's coming. I can feel it.
Then Father must be coming too. I told you, Gillian.
No, I don't feel Audric coming.
You're wrong, Flora. Oom would never desert his master. He has to be coming.
Finally! Jace must be in there.
We've got it! Out of my way!
Oon! A good old Oon! You're here!
Oh, Master Jace, it's wonderful to see you again.
Oh, but where's my father?
I'll tell you the whole story. Meanwhile, could you put me back together again, please?
Scour the area. If he's not out here, he must be in there.
It was awful. Where can I begin? Boom! Crash! They broke through the walls. But before that, your father almost had it figured out.
Now, Oom, merely think about what has happened.
My master, Audric, tried to create a plant that would end starvation forever. He found the perfect spot for his experiment in another galaxy. But just as he succeeded, radiation changed his discovery into plants with evil brains.
Oon! We have to flee! The monster minds are ruthless!
Their leader, they call him Sawboss, has taken over my laboratory.
Troops covered the planet, using up all its minerals and water.
I worked to create a good plan that would destroy those evil ones.
Get the root to Jace, he said. He's your new master. Serve him faithfully. He'll know what to do.
You must find your father. The route he carries must be joined with this one.
The future of the universe depends on this, and on me. How will I do it?
Come. In ages past, there was a small band of heroes who guided us to victory in desperate times. They were called the Lightning League. Their leader wore this ring. It is time for the knowledge of the past to save the future. The Lightning League is now reborn. With you, Jace, son of Audric, as its leader.
Me? Wear the ring of leadership.
It has more power than you can imagine, but only if your heart and purpose are pure.
Gillian, it's glowing. It's as though it's telling me that I will be able to lead us. Wherever you are, Father, I will find you. Nothing will stop me.
And I shall serve my new master faithfully, me and my magic lance.
Thank you,
If only the lance really were magic.
I heard that.
Come on, you two. We're all in this together.
Okay. I'm sorry,
He has to be here. Impossible. We lost him. Fool. He has to be somewhere. Shopkeeper, scan the area.
Yes, Saw Boss. I'm doing it, Saw Boss.
Yes. Yes. Stop. That must be where he is. Get that root, destroy it, and everything else.
With pleasure, Saw Boss.
And now, one more thing, Jace. This vehicle, armed force, I made for your father. Learn to use it well. It's yours now.
Mine. Armed force is mine.
Wait for me, Master. Whoa! Shoo, shoo, get away. Who are you?
They're my Soggy, Zoon, and they like you.
If they like me so much, Flora, tell them to quit getting in my way. They're coming. The monster mines. Master!
They're coming for the root, Jace.
They'll never get it. Armed force and I will turn them back.
With me at your side.
Get 'em, Jace, get 'em. We'll win, won't we, Jace?
Of course we'll win. Show me how to work the laser on this thing.
None of the weapon systems are finished yet, Jace.
Oh, no!
Then that means we're finished. Ah!
Lasers or no lasers, they're not taking us without a fight.
Jace, it is wise never to fight unless it is necessary.
But we have to stop the monster mines.
Watch.
No! Pull back! Pull back!
They're going away.
They were afraid of my magic lance.
Nothing evil can penetrate our wall of light, but their vines shut out more and more of the sun, making the wall weaker. And soon it will be gone.
Gillian, you can build or repair anything, and you know magic too. We need something to get us safely out of here so I can find my father.
So we can find his father.
What we need is a space barge. Gillian, can you build one?
Not in the brief time before our wall of light is gone. However,
It'll crash on the wall of light, Gillian.
my wall only stops evil, Jace. It lets good enter.
You just had to break down on me again, didn't you? Sorry about plowing up your tomato patch, folks, but don't expect me to pay for it.
Of course not.
Good. I know I'm crazy for asking, but you wouldn't happen to have a spare thermal siphon diode, would you?
Of course.
Thanks. Well, see you around.
Take us with you.
Oh, sure, kid. That's my business, moving anybody and anything.
Thanks. Get on board. Gillian, start up the vehicles.
Whoa, first the money. Herc Storm Sailor doesn't haul anybody or anything for free.
Money? Where would we get money?
Sorry, kid. No cash, no Herc.
Would gold be acceptable?
Herc Storm Sailor, captain of the Pride of the Skies, at your service.
Gillian, where do we get gold? Shh. Gillian built that battle base to go with our 5 defensive vehicles.
Watch what you're doing! Are you all right? Thank goodness. I was afraid you were hurt.
Oh, that kid is real strange.
I am not. I was created from a plant by Gillian and Audric. I understand plants and animals and even people. Sort of.
Excuse me, but I have your gold on board. Is this enough, Mr. Storm Sailor?
Please, call me Herc.
Where did you get that gold?
From lead. Before long, it will change back to lead. I had to work fast.
My old control bridge wasn't so darn complicated. Your ground here is too soft. We're just digging a hole instead of taking off.
But the only hard ground is outside the wall of light.
Which won't protect us much longer. The sun is getting lower and lower.
I got it, kid. Hit the leeway thrusters. Okay, you guys, hang on to your hats, because we're heading for the solid ground.
Okay, Herc, take us up.
Get in there. Get that root.
Come on, Oon. Somebody has to hold them off.
Why us?
Jace, by using the communicator on your wrist, you can control the vehicles with the voice command.
All right. Armed force, let's go.
Command acknowledged.
Look, Flora. Jace is turning them back.
Master!
Oh, no! Come on, Armed Force, you can do it. I need some help. Lightning Lead vehicles, get out here.
Command acknowledged.
Trailblazer, up in the air.
Command acknowledged.
And down.
Master! We did it! We stopped them!
Yeah, Yeah, but we're still stuck in this ditch. Drill sergeant, defend me! What's wrong with that machine? Flora? Thanks! Now get back to the ship. Un, take her back before she gets hurt. I have to keep fighting.
Me, Master?
Hurry!
Won't this help us rise?
Yahoo! Hey, we're going up! We're gonna make it this time.
No, wait! My master is still out there!
Yeah, well, you wanna go get him?
Yes, I'll save him! But all the doors are closed.
Yeehaw! Hop aboard, kid. Those monkey mines won't stay away long.
Jace! The ring! The ring!
Incompetent fools! At least hold them until I... Too late! I'll find you, son of Arctic. I'll destroy that root and you. You'll never be safe. Not you, not your father. I'll track you through the universe forever.
Autopilot on. Now, I'd kind of like to look at my gold. Oh, isn't that the prettiest sight in the universe? Hey, what's going on? This is lead.
Sorry, I had a little problem. But don't worry, you'll be paid.
That's a promise, Herc.
You're darn right, because I'm sticking with you from now on until I get my loot. You're not shaking me for 1 second.
We'll find you, Father, wherever you are. Because like that space lightning, we're unstoppable. We're the Lightning League. And together we'll destroy the monster mines forever.
This week on Running into Good Luck.
Leave Shizhong now. I demand that you leave him. Even if I'm willing to believe that whatever it was that happened in the past was not your fault.
This is the 100,000 you gave one Bing. Take it. You know, money isn't everything.
Where are you going?
Escaping jail.
Watch Running into Good Luck, Sundays at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. with an encore Thursdays at 9 p.m. Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Every day a child is abused but is afraid to speak out. If you know or suspect child abuse, report it. Call 1-888-PROTECT.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to another exciting lesson in mathematics. My name is Michelle Cole Bailey, and I am from the Monique Primary and Junior. Now, today, we're having a bit of a problem. There's this little boy who is having a challenge in reading the clock in the 5 minutes interval. Today, you and I will help him to solve this problem. What is the clock used to measure? The clock is used to measure the passage of time. The units used to measure time are seconds, minutes, and hour. Now let's take a look at the different types of clocks that we have. There are two major types of clocks. They are the analog clock and the digital clock. Let's look at the analog clock. An analog clock or watch is called analog when it has moving hands and hours marked from 1 to 12 to show you the time. Here is an example. If you notice, there is a long hand which is pointed at 12 and a short hand which is pointed at 8. The long hand is the minute hand and the short hand tells us the hour. The other hand is the second hand on the analog clock. These hands help us to tell the time. Now let's look at the digital clock. A digital clock is a type of clock that displays the time using numerals or other symbols, as opposed to an analog clock where the time is indicated by the position of rotating hands. Here we have an example. Now, boys and girls, for today, we're going to focus on telling the time in 5 minutes intervals. I want you to pay keen attention to what we have to do today, so at the end of it, you'll be able to tell the time in 5 minutes interval. If you notice, boys and girls, here I have a clock on the board. It has 2 hands. The long hand tells the minutes. And you know there are 60 minutes in 1 hour. The short hand points to the hour. It tells the hour of the day. If you notice, boys and girls, the time is now telling us that it is 12 o'clock. Here is our minute hand. When the minute hand moves, that's 1 minute after 12. Two minutes past 12. 3 minutes past 12. 4 minutes past 12. Now when our minute hand hits the 1, it is now 5 minutes past 12. We could continue and go on. 6 minutes past 12. 7 minutes past 12. 8 minutes past 12. 9 minutes past 12. When it hits the 2, it is now 10 minutes past 12. Can we get 60 minutes around the clock? Let's see if we can do that. 1 minute past 12, 2 minutes past 12, 3 minutes past 12, 4 minutes past 12, 5 minutes past 12, 6 minutes past 12, 7 minutes past 12, 8 minutes past 12, 9 minutes past 12, 10 minutes past 12. Now we're going to continue in 5 minutes interval. So here we go. 15 minutes past 12, 20 minutes past 12, 25 minutes past 12. It has now gone half of the clock. So it's now half past 12, or we say 12:30. 35 minutes past 12, 40 minutes past 12, 45 minutes past 12, 50 minutes past 12, 55 minutes past 12, and it is now 1 o'clock. Boys and girls, we have gone 60 minutes around on the clock. So we can therefore say it takes 60 minutes to make 1 hour. I know you had fun counting around the clock. Now we're going to put more fun into it, and we're going to sing a little song. Telling time is so much fun. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The clock is used to tell the time. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The long hand is the minute hand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The short hand is the hour hand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. With a tick tock here and a tick tock there, here a tick, there a tick, everywhere a tick tock. Telling time is so much fun. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. Can we do that one more time, boys and girls? And I want you to join me this time. Telling time is so much fun. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The clock is used to tell the time. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The long hand is the minute hand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. The short hand is the hour hand. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. With a tick tock here and a tick tock there, here a tick, there a tick, everywhere a tick tock. Telling time is so much fun. Tick tock, tick tock, tick. I know you enjoyed that song, and I know you're going to sing it when you get back to school. Now we're going to look at the long hand. The long hand is used to tell the minutes. As we pointed out earlier, there are 60 minutes in 1 hour and 60 seconds in 1 minute. Let's now look at the short hand. The short hand on the clock indicates the hour. 60 minutes make 1 hour. Now I know, boys and girls, you are getting very excited, and I know you would love to solve some of these at home using your model clocks. So now I'll show you my model clock, and we're going to solve these examples together. This is my model clock. Let us now solve these problems together. Our first problem is showing 5 minutes past 12. Remember, boys and girls, the long hand tells the minutes. It is now, both of the hands are now pointed at 12 o'clock. So we're now going to show 5 minutes past 12. 1 minute past 12, 2 minutes past 12, 3 minutes past 12, 4 minutes past 12, 5 minutes past 12. Now, boys and girls, if you notice, when it is 5 minutes past 12, the minute hand is pointed at 1.